we are here. Hello, everybody. How is
Hi.
you?
Yeah, hoy hoy.
We
Mignoy, mignoy.
almost didn't have a game this week,
Yes.
but now we do. Isn't that
And we
great?
did. Yeah, we almost didn't have a game. We definitely didn't talk about 40 minutes complaining about league shit.
Oh, you know, we had to do something. I had to yell about something while I didn't want to yell about everything else.
Oh, hang on. I have to get into Twitch. I gotta go to Twitch. I gotta see what people are saying.
You gotta get over there.
Yeah, I gotta. Well, yeah, I gotta see what people are saying.
Head on
in
over,
chat.
man. Head on over to the Twitch. Get over there.
There we go. Now
Grace
I'm in.
them with your
There we
presence.
go. There we go. Now I'm here.
But yes, what is going on, my dudes? We are here with some more Avatar today. I'm very happy because I was actually going insane not having any games to play, and I had like a day to prepare for this one because of that.
Did you finish Ruin King?
No, I have not.
Or are you just talking about RPs?
Or
You're just talking
RPs.
about RPs then, aren't you? Yeah.
Well, because I have to prepare for these games. I can't just like go into it like an hour beforehand and be like, all right, let's fucking go. Like I gotta actually know what's gonna happen. So like last week, whenever I'm like, oh, we're not gonna have any games this week, I just didn't prepare anything. And then the other day, we got somebody like, hey, we can actually have a game this week. It's like, oh, guess I'm writing a game. And I really wanted to because like again, like even on Sunday, I was sitting there like, man, I wish I could do 5 DARPs right now. And like Monday, I was like, man, I wish I could do Zelda right now. And then the other day, I was like, man, I wish I could do Avatar. And then it came true. I wasted my one wish that I get my entire life on doing this game. I could have wished for $1 billion. It didn't happen. I didn't do that. You need to learn from my mistake. And also give me $1 billion.
No.
Not unless he shares. If he doesn't share, then I don't.
If it's a fucking $1 billion, like, I'm sorry, I don't have enough to share if I get $1 billion. I ain't got enough to share, Tristan. It's all mine.
We'll see how that tune change when I come to your fucking house.
It all belongs to me, you see. I can't do it. We're gonna hopefully hop right into game. We don't really need a lot of preamble right now. And again, we are already about 40 minutes into where we should be doing things. So let's go ahead and move over to the actual screen then. Hiya. Here we are. We're here on the screen thingy once more. Look at that. I've already done it. It's great. Yeah, not a lot has changed on the board because I changed a couple of things, and then Lindo made me lose it all because he hates me.
I don't think that's how it happened.
I'm not hearing.
That sounds accurate.
I was just gonna say I'm not hearing any going against it.
I'm just making sure.
I'm playing. Yeah, who wants to talk about what happened last time? I can roll a dice.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'm doing it.
He's like, yeah, do it.
Fucking
bitch.
Fucking doing it. Starting from melee with a 1, and then Rue is a 6. I'm gonna roll a 6-sided dice. Blah blah.
Wait, how is Rue a 6?
Because
it goes. We have 6 people.
It goes around.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I just thought I didn't exist in the RP.
Nightshade, can you tell us what happened last time?
Don't make me do it.
Nightshade, I will give you 1 veto on this. You don't have to do it if I can have a Red Lotus token.
Okay.
All right. Let's re-roll.
He probably doesn't even know what those do.
You know how we
Ichibei, what happened last time?
Do you want a veto if you can have red? No, I'm just kidding.
I'll do it. I'll take it.
No, I'm just kidding.
We'll be getting daily tokens of this.
Oh man. So I gotta turn off my music because this is too pleasant. What happened wasn't pleasant. Let me put on this music instead. There we go.
Everything's pleasant.
I did it fucking last time. I said my dad's dead.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, I did. I'm so mad that it cut off. Okay. So, remember that big bird that we fed blood to about 30 sessions ago and it gained sentience and I named it Brightwing because I thought it was a good name and the name still kind of sticks and it still kind of stands to this day. It could have been better, but it could have been worse. That bird showed up in the middle of the room full of a bunch of people that we all know and all care about except for maybe a couple. And 2 other people came with the bird and 2 of those people are evil, except one of them's good.
Ah.
And the one that wasn't good decided that it wanted to be bad, so it tried to kill all of us.
Oh.
But the group of individuals that were already here before that decided that that was pretty stupid of him to do that, because that person was obviously lying about being something better than what he actually was. So he decided to do this Gilgamesh morphing time thing, even though we couldn't see all his multiple arms and maybe even multiple legs. Maybe he was a centaur, Gilgamesh. And started punching around the room, but didn't really do much apart from do a little bit of damage to one guy and I think one other person. And that one guy was Rue, which was kind of funny when you think about it because they were supposed to, know each other, but he was also his hair's also dyed, so they didn't know anything about them. And so we subdued that pretty quickly. We gave him the old 1-2. He doesn't really know what an Oni is. He just knows that it's a name that's really, really evil and people are usually afraid of them, but he's fucking stupid. Like, Ox stupid. By the way, his name is Ox.
That's true.
Then I went out because I had to leave for 15 minutes to do some personal stuff. But when I came back, he woke up and we told him how stupid he was and that he was probably going to die because the person who owned that mask is now dead and that mask is now his. And one person that is with us doesn't want that mask to be his. Until the person who doesn't speak spoke up and said, hey, what if we just use spiritual bullshit and communicate with maybe, I don't know, the person who created the mask and tell them to fuck off because they're being dicks. And that way this guy that we've only known for 10 minutes can survive. And I was like, well, I don't really care either way, but if you guys want another person to live, then sure. Then everybody broke up into their own little groups and we all had some conversations. One person went out with another person who happens to be my mother. And they all went out and talked to a crowd about how cool that person was. Afterwards, all the groups had some conversations. Some people tried to hook other people up of 2 completely different sides. Very, very different oil and water type of situation. The massage should be good, though.
Yeah.
Other people went to go talk with people who were originally talking with other people outside for a long period of time with my mother. And that went all right. And then I went and talked with other people that were looking at people to make sure that the people did what they were supposed to do since they talking about being the people. And they were talking about how they felt like they probably weren't as hot shit anymore because they've kind of been put in a position that they don't know why they were put in that position. And the position they were put in was, where do I go from here? Where's the strongest power? And I said, "Milady, I am the strongest power. Be with me forever." In my mind. But what I really actually said to her was, I don't think that you're weak. I think you should follow your own path. If that path happens to be who you are with right now, this group of people might actually be the strongest power out of the 4 nations. And she was like, yeah, I kind of know what you said in your mind, but I'm not going to say it out loud. Yeah, sure. And then mother wanted to talk to me and was like, you got a ragtag band of misfits there, buddy. You really did good, kiddo. Here's your dead dad's kunai with chain. So I got that, and I was like, mother, I might be able to use this actually to communicate with dad. And she got really, really happy or sad or both about that because I think she was exceptionally anxious about me potentially meeting the other avatar as well and learning about the truth of me being his son, which I already knew, and then explained that to her. And she was like, oh.
Is that everything?
Walked out to a room, and in that room was my dead father.
Okay.
And after that was another box, and the box had things in it.
Oh,
but I'll let somebody else talk about those things.
Oh, hell yeah. Going over the individual things, Lindo, what happened during the 15 minutes he was gone before while Ox was waking up? It had a lot to do with you.
All right, it did.
All right, it did.
I believe in you.
So we went why the boy Rue was, basically allowed to go, which was his parents were dead, so he can't get blackmailed. Which is why he didn't join the military. Also, how the Avatar was in the Spirit Pole forest in the Southern Water Tribe, and he kind of just absorbed the whole last tree. Yeah, he can do that. What else? We kind of just learned that Ox is kind of just an idiot.
That's very
I
true.
think that's been firmly established. And also the Sunbender is basically just gone. Vaminos.
What about the individual conversations that people were having? Again, sticking with Rue and and Akira, what happened? What happened with that conversation?
Akira wanted to learn some waterbending. He wanted to learn it from a scroll, so he paid Rue to, make him a waterbending scroll. So I'll be working on that. Jen spoke to Nuon about what to do next, along with Duncan, and Duncan suggested Nuon staying with the ninjas and just greeting and speaking to people while the rest of them make their way to the Earth Kingdom and grab the Earth King. Melee and Rue hung out. Lucas spoke with the cabbage merchant, our favorite guy. They had a good heart-to-heart. Luca gave the golden cabbage.
Serious?
To him. And,
Are you dunking on my heart to heart?
No. Keep going. I'm not talking to you. He knows who I'm talking to.
A really good heart-to-heart, basically, cabbage merchant will die for you now. So congratulations. And and then Rue and Melee, who was eventually joined with Luca, got Lozian to get his game on. And Ichibe already talked about his stuff. And yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I wasn't using you as a thing to get something. Don't you worry, my dude.
I also was not shitting on your heart to heart. I was busy looking at
I just saw this.
of a Yu-Gi-Oh card. It looks cool though. All I can think of is every time Joey says kunai would chain now. And putting it on Alligator Sword for some dumb reason.
I can't really get the thing down exactly how I want to say it, but I'll leave it like that for now. Just know that the actual thing is a little bit harder to use. But there you go. Anyway, thanks a lot, my dude. Thank you, Lindo, for saying the individual things. Thank you very much, Ichibe, for saying the things there. I'm gonna give each of you 2 splations.
Thank you.
No problem.
Slit.
Let me take it from the very bottom of your thing. There you go. There you are. You guys did it. I'm glad we now have kunai with chain over here. It's a very nice little thing. You have to find somewhere to put it, but you should be good. You have this other golden dagger too now, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But as you guys did have all your conversations, and again, as Ichibe had left, going off into the main section of the household, they were able to see the ashes potentially of their father, as well as a box that seemed to contain a couple of broken black rings, as they had told Ichibe that they couldn't do that, not to him. And that's where we had ended things off on a bit of a cliffhanger last time. Not much of one, I'm sure. Like, it wasn't that big of a deal. Let's be honest. But I think we can come right back into that with Ichibe. You are talking with your mom. She's right there. Hey, mom. And that was just dropped on you. What's going on? We're gonna start right back up.
So you two were originally Black Rings then?
I had thought that you might have assumed if you knew.
Well, one of our comrades was dropped off to one of his friends before this. I wasn't going to draw to conclusions yet, but I was curious whether or not I was randomly left.
It was...
What do you mean?
It was not random. Not at all. How do I put this? Ichibe, I am so sorry for everything that I am about to say to you. It's... Just so you know, this decision we made was very early on. She shuts the box and sort of just like pushes it over towards you. Back before you were born, we were... Your father and I were prisoners on a place called the Boiling Rock. We were finally able to be freed by the Avatar whenever he came to free someone close to him. However, given the bit of time that we stayed with him after he had freed us, we devoted ourselves to his cause. Back whenever we barely knew what that was. But as people in the shadows as we were, it didn't really matter what that cause was back in the day. All we knew was that we owed him a great debt, and that debt had to be repaid. And so, we tried to repay that debt in any way possible. We did a lot of things for the Avatar. We performed a lot of duties that needed more. It needed more than just the two of us. In the time that we had after being released, we started the Aikawa clan. A bunch of people that we could train to stay in the shadows and work for our own agendas, only letting a select few know anything about the Black Rings. Even though at the time they were a lot more of a public figure back when the Avatar was around, it wasn't always like that. We didn't want all of everything that we were doing to be known. The Avatar himself was also very secretive. He never seemed to really trust anyone, other than those he would do everything he could to do anything with. The girl who he saved from the Boiling Rock, for example, believe it or not, she became the bride of the Fire Lord.
Okay.
Anyone who
Yes.
brought themselves in his line, anyone that he trusted with everything in his being, would do anything for him. Except for your father. She begins to make her way over toward the ashes that are being put over on the little pedestal area. He was the only one who would ever stand up to the Avatar whenever he was talking about things. bring up new solutions to plans, not just blindly go about everything he was doing. Back in the day, I was very different. Obviously, now I'm very cultured and extremely intelligent, but I was a pretty dumb kid. I mostly just blindly went around everything that was happening around me. But whenever I saw your father give new solutions, give better solutions to problems that were coming in front of him, it put me in awe. We began dating very shortly after your father rose up in the ranks to become one of the more trusted members of the Avatar's party. They called themselves Team Avatar, if you can believe it.
I can. It's a phrase I've already heard from one of the founding members.
However, there was something that was done right before the Avatar's death. Something that not even your father knew anything about. Or at least if he did, he never told me. Something about a rejuvenation of sorts. All we knew was that the Avatar had split his children up. And those children were to play a deep role in something for him, growing up and becoming Black Rings themselves. However, one body was given off, one of the children were giving off to the Earth Kingdom, while the other was given to us to keep them secret. That was you, Ichibe. I don't know what the plan was, but it relied on me and your father making you into a Black Ring. But after we got you and after the Avatar died, no, I don't even want to say that it had anything to do with me. She goes over and sits down. We both loved you. But again, I was stupid. I had believed everything that was set out in front of me. Your father dared to ask questions, but he never got answers. So when the time came to place a ring upon your hand, a special one that would brand a certain symbol into you, your father refused. I wish I could say that I was immediately on his side. I wish I could tell you that it was a joint effort. But at the time, I was still following my orders. We fought that night about who was right, whether we should continue to do our duty or treat you like you deserve to be treated. Believe it or not, I won. I had struck him very roughly, giving him an injury that would probably haunt him for the rest of his life.
You bent his dick?
But right as I was about to do what I was supposed to do, he called out to me. He asked me one more time, giving me those pleading eyes of his. He knew something was wrong. And I believed him. There was no way he would be that desperate if he didn't truly believe what was going on. One of the main reasons the Aikawa clan keep to themselves is because they knew that we betrayed the Avatar. Before this day of Black Sun that people are calling it, we kept to ourselves, staying in this town, only going on ships where there's lots of people because we knew that the Black Rings were looking for us. But now we're out in the forefront of everything. But now they can't really do anything about it, can they? That night was the night that you turned 3 years old. It was exactly the exact night we were told to put that on your hand. I heard through our information gathering that your brother in the Earth Kingdom, everything went mostly according to plan over there. I hadn't heard anything from any others. Perhaps they were killed, or perhaps they were found. Maybe there were only 2. I don't really know. I'm sorry, Ichibei.
This is a lot to take in.
I know that it's crazy. And I wish that I could tell you more details. I really do. But if your father couldn't find anything, there's no way in hell that I could have.
Do you think that other members of Team Avatar may have some more insight on the situation?
Perhaps.
I'll look up at her. If I am to travel to Ba Sing Se to take back the Earth King, what was her name again? Her mom? Maylee's mom? Maylee's grandma?
It was Babo, right, Maylee?
Did we
her
ever
name,
get a fucking name?
No, we got a name. I just don't.
No, we know her
remember it.
name. I'm just saying it's Baba. It's fine.
Baba. I just know that her last name is Na.
Baba Nana.
Baba Yana.
It was like something Na.
Look, after you said Baba, I literally replaced the name on her token, so I don't know what to tell you. I'm not looking in my notes that far back.
Okay, well, fair, fine.
There's only one thing to do. Feminist Network Wiki.
Oh my god.
Perfect.
It's not on the wiki.
Perfect. Oh, damn. We almost did it good.
I'll mention her name out loud and be like,
yeah. It's no big deal.
Do you think talking with this individual may shed some more light on the situation?
She still lives.
She took care of Maylee, the airbender.
The one who was calling me mom earlier.
She was saved by the Avatar and brought to her. She implies this because after hearing about my upbringing, she thinks of us as some sort of, maybe in-law.
An airbender, you say? Ichibe, are you certain of what you just told me?
No, I just happen to have seen them multiple times on multiple occasions talking about back and forth how silly the airbender was and how stubborn the old woman was.
I don't know any of those, Ichibe. I'm kidding.
They've already interacted with one another on multiple occasions.
Ichibe, she's another one.
I had to wonder when you brought up children. There was some sort of ritual going to be performed by the airbenders that the Avatar had stopped and brought her to her.
I don't know anything about this girl. I don't know anything that I can't say. I just know that one of the children was an airbender. They were from an air temple. One that no longer stands this day. If that is the same girl, then she's connected to this plan as well. Just like you and your brother.
About that. The first time we all convened for this operation, his name was Daolon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Daolon was also a part of this group. I have not seen him since. It's been 1.5 years.
I do not know anything about him. I'm going to be honest with you. I did not keep up with a lot of any of the children that were mentioned. Especially after we made ourselves enemies of the Black Rings. I don't know what any of this plan is to be. All I know is it relied on all of you kids. All of the children that he had brought in and moved around. You were supposed to become a Black Ring like your brother. If you met him and he was looking for the Avatar, I can only assume that he was either still with the Black Rings or he had tried to get away from them. I don't know.
That he put on a good ruse, or it's the latter. He was dragged away by them. That's how we got disconnected.
From what I learned, your brother's initiation into the Black Rings went off without a hitch. If anyone would know anything more about whatever this plan is, it would most likely be him. Or again, the woman you had mentioned before in Ba Sing Se.
The woman whose name we both do not know.
Baba! The one thing that I know is that this was not a recent plan of his. This was something he had been talking about for years. That woman might know more.
And the other children I should be aware of.
They were all over, from what I could tell. They either were people that he had chosen to be there, his children, or they never existed. I don't know how many there actually are. There was a time that I thought it was just you and your brother, but if that Mei Li is actually a girl from the I think Western, I can't remember. From the West.
My god.
I think the all girls temple was Eastern.
Okay, from the Eastern
the
Air
East one.
Temple. Then you'll need to make sure that there are not others. They could be all over. More information is key. But you and that Mei Li girl are in danger from the Black Rings.
That's interesting. Maybe it's because Nuon is center focus, but I haven't really seen them trying to intervene with my plans or stop Mei Li for any reason.
I don't know.
I suppose they don't know yet.
A lot of time would have passed before them seeing you again. I don't know if there's any real anything else behind that. As for the Mei Li girl, I don't know. Maybe they thought that she'd be safe behind the walls of Ba Sing Se for all of her life. Someone they could collect at any time.
And then she became a dancer, and Grandma was like, "Nah, you do whatever the fuck you want, lady."
Yeah, it's really
She
weird
went
how
and
it's really weird how her grandma just let her go become a dancer and didn't say anything about it.
It's probably you really shouldn't stay here type of thing. Probably hey, look, I love you. And
I mean, the last time you guys talked to her,
you should be here.
The last time you guys talked to her, she did not like have any real like showing of like respect for the previous avatar. She's like, he's a fucking fool, and I can't trust him. I was his friend, and totally wasn't in love with him or anything. But you know, after I couldn't fucking, he's a fool, and I couldn't trust him.
He made me addicted to apples I can't reach.
What an asshole.
That's the worst type of fucking.
From everything you've ever heard about the previous avatar, he was very charismatic at the very least. He definitely drew a lot of people to him. So a lot of these people would find it very hard to call him a bad guy, but that's all I can really say. I don't know what else has in store for you. But seeing as both you and Mei Li have gathered around the new avatar, and both of you have had interactions with the Black Rings, I would say to keep this information close to the chest among your group. You never know who out there could be a part of them.
Mm-hmm.
One last thing.
Yeah.
I know that from that story, you'll probably have a perception of me that says that I didn't love you. I was willing to do what your father was not. And you don't have to take me at my word when I say this, but back in those days, even though I was doing what I was told of me, I did not think any harm would come to you, Ichibe. Whenever I said we couldn't do that to you, I mean it. There's not been a time you haven't been with me that I haven't loved you. I understand if that's hard to believe.
I'll smile. You two, after years of raising me, put me on a path that you would believe. Keep me free of the stripes of whatever one had in store for me. To give me the opportunity to learn and grow. I would think that if you were to tolerate someone for that long, there was a reason for it. I do not doubt that you guys cared for me. Thanks, Mom. This information doesn't necessarily give me much more than questions. Now we must figure out why it was that Mei Li was brought from that air temple. Why Dao Long and I were meant to join the ranks and never be known that I was the son.
The only people who would know anything like that would be the woman from Ba Sing Se, your brother, one of the higher-ups in the Black Rings, or any information that your father might have found out. She like looks away for a second. You see her kind of just like taking a piece of cloth that is beside of the shrine thing to your father, and just sort of like dabbing at her face with it before turning around. She starts walking over to you. As she does, either way, and you see her just kind of take a hand and try to give you a punch on the arm as she walks by.
All right.
Don't do anything weird inside of the temple, all right? I know you have your girlfriend here, but be careful.
Don't worry about it.
I'll collect the avatar in the morning. Until then, go and stay with them tonight, and I'll clean your room up for you later on. And then you can stay here. I'll collect her in the morning for her duties.
It sounds like a plan.
Well, I have a lot of party food to eat. So, until then, she starts walking away. Do you do anything as she walks off?
I've already said it a couple times. Like she knows. She knows I love her.
You see her making her way out from where she is. She turns a corner and you see her heading off toward one of the vendors that's coming out from the other areas. And she just starts like basically flagging them down, like, no, over here.
I want food.
As she heads off into the, again, extremely dispersed crowd. Like after the big announcement, after the avatar was brought out, a lot of people have decided to make their way away, and there's not a lot of things out here for anybody to do anymore, which is why, again, the vendors are packing up and everything. You are left in the main area of the household.
Just me in a jar, huh?
Just you in a jar. And a box that she had pushed into your hands that has 2 broken rings in it.
There's no reason for me to keep this box, so I'll probably leave it here.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody that tries to steal from me, would be a very rare occasion, if they were to get those, there'd just be more questions.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not going to worry about holding on to that.
We'll just put it off in plain sight right here, so if they steal it from her, there won't be any questions at all.
Well, obviously, I should probably put it back where she fucking got it.
Who's gonna fucking steal from the ninjas, man? Let's be honest.
I might as well just open up the box and put it in the urn with Dad.
Just slide it in. No one will find it here. But yeah, do you want to make your way back toward the others?
Well, if I'm alone for a second, I can at least say one thing to Dad.
Oh, definitely. You don't have to leave immediately. You make your way over toward the little shrine that has the large picture of your father behind it. Which, again, for people who want to know, bloop, bloop. The large father behind the ashes. But as you make it there, you look off toward the painting, you look off toward the ashes, or what would you like to do, my dude? What kind of? I mean, you don't have to say anything specific if you don't want to. You could just say something, or you could say something specific. It's up to you. Whatever you want to do.
So then, you both originated from the boiling rock until you made your acquaintance with the Avatar, then. Kinda makes me wonder what you were in there for, but for all the time that I knew you two, you seemed like you had a pretty good head on your shoulders. There's been a lot of revelations tonight. I thought I would be talking with the both of you. I wasn't lying. I have no issues with the two of you. For what it's worth, you're both equally my parents, as my birthright. It does make me wonder what happened, though. I can see that Mom is in pain. It doesn't take the scars to tell you that. If I don't get the opportunity to say it later, then know that I loved you. And then if there is something going on, I will get to the bottom of it. I'll be fine. I've learned a lot more than what I used to know back then. I suppose befriending an Oni after slaying an Oni will help with that.
Picture of you. You did fucking what? I'm kidding.
I'm sorry I wasn't there for your final moments. I hope that, should this work, I do get the opportunity to say this to you personally. But for now, just take it easy. You've done enough. I'll take care of things from here on.
You feel, as you do this, as you talk to your father, whom I'm deciding to call for no reason at all, because it just popped into my head how funny it would be, Hanzo Aikawa. As you have done this, you feel an appreciation from the home as you look around. Even though this is not the home you grew up in, you see a bunch of very familiar looking objects from the home that you had seen, everything that had been brought back here. You feel just the almost radiation of family coming from this place. As that, Ichibe, your father Han just gave you 5 inspiration.
Is that why you fucking... Alright.
Oh, makes sense now.
The joke
Okay.
joke has always been that Han's your dad, so I'm naming him Hanzo now. His
Well,
name
no,
was
you know
originally
that
not
you-
supposed to be Hanzo, but I'm making him Hanzo now.
No. This works out though, because there's tales about a legendary ninja that goes by the name of Hanzo.
Exactly.
It just everything falls into place.
Oh my god, it comes full circle!
This is Hanzo Han Aikawa.
Jesus Christ. That's hilarious. Congratulations, buddy. Thank you for the donation.
Anyway, no, I just think it's funny. We always make him the dad. Like a parent, like we had the joke going on that he was Keanu's dad. We had the joke going on he was Yome's dad, and now we have the.
Yep.
it's fine. Don't worry about it.
That's funny.
What a good father sending child support.
What a good
Oh,
dad.
Keeping up with his child support payments.
But yes, as that happens, for the rest of you, again, everything would have been mostly taken care of as far as any sort of room and board that you would need in this area. You're in a large manor at this point that again has a very for those outside of game, a very Eastern influence to it, very much like everything in the Fire Nation. as you would have been mainly keeping to each other, eating the different snacks and stuff that have been put in front of you, everything like that. Eventually, you all would be, given your own times, heading off toward the rooms that you guys have had prepared for you. Several ninja would escort you all, quote unquote ninja. They're still the kind of basic bitch ninjas that are out there. You guys would note, I would say that all of you that have mostly been in the party except for Rue at this point, all of you would note just how slow they seem to move. As like you guys are so used to seeing freaking Ichibe moving around, maneuvering throughout everything. You guys are like, these are ninjas, huh?
Unimpressed.
Got a little bored.
These are not
tired at times of
ninjas.
peace.
And Rue, you're like, polar bear dogs move faster than these guys.
Weren't those the guys that were doing acrobatics for the past 8 hours? You cut them a little bit of fucking slack.
Nah, fuck
I've seen polar bear dogs do more flips than you guys. Come on.
Hey, I did a flip.
I love how it
and that's all
specifically
I had.
flips. But after a while, you guys would be shown to any respective rooms you would like to go to. Ichibe, you would eventually make your way back over toward the others as well, and be shown to a room you could call your own, at least while you were there. Again, she said she's going to get a room in the main area made for you eventually. I would like to know, as you guys are heading off toward any sort of sleep, you guys did have a battle today. So even though it was solved decently early, you guys do have worked up a bit of a sleep in you guys. So I would like to know if there's anything at all you guys want to do in preparation for your time going to rest.
So many options to cuddle.
There are quite a lot of cuddle partners here.
There's so many options. There's the tried and true Yuki.
So Rue, you're going to be making the waterbending scroll, or at least trying to.
Yep.
Okay. Akira has already gone off to rest, so he's going to wake up the earliest in the morning.
Neat.
Mei Li, you were saying?
I let everybody. I gotta get the fucking dice. Hold on. Wait.
I will remind you, Mei Li, that you do know that after everything is said and done, Yuki's probably going to be heading home. Or not home, but probably going to be heading over toward Lenoa.
That is true. This might be my final night with Yuki.
Not your final night, but like this could be your last adventure.
We're close-ish, aren't we?
Last adventure? Yeah, man, I know.
What was that? What was that, Ichibe?
We're close-ish to where Lenoa is supposed to be. I forgot about that.
Yes. You guys know that you guys have basically talked to Yuki and them, and you guys have said as soon as you guys start permanently leaving the Fire Nation, Yuki will go back to Lenoa. So once you guys decide to go back to Ba Sing Se, or you guys decide to go to the Southern Water Tribe, she's going to be escorted over toward Captain Lenoa. Or again, if you guys decide, like, if the whole thing that Jim was talking about, where potentially leaving Nuon here, she'll probably stay with Nuon and wait for you guys to get back from Ba Sing Se and then leave back to Lenoa. But yeah, basically she is not leaving the Fire Nation without Captain Lenoa.
No, that's fair. That's like the whole reason she's fucking here. So, no sign of my self-proclaimed sugar daddy, so I'm gonna assume you don't give a fuck. Okay, I guess it's between Luca, Ichibe, and Jen. Let's fucking go. Where's my D6?
There's no sign of your sugar daddy. He's here.
Yeah, but you know, Duncan's being Duncan right now.
He went over to the bison.
Yeah, he's being Duncan.
He's my immediate purview.
After he talked with Jen, he's like, I'm gonna go and take care of the.
You do not exist.
I'm gonna go fuck a bison.
After he talked to Jen and Nuon, he's like, I'm gonna go take care of the bison, and then fucking
yeah, and I'm right here. So fuck him.
Oh, it's just me, aren't you?
He talks about like, oh, I want someone to spoil and blah, blah, blah. The bison.
He hasn't spoiled me in a whole day.
How fucking dare he? He's the one that talks about spoiling me and pampering and let's have fun together. Oh, but the bison want more cheese.
I just fucking love that technically all of this has happened in one day. So you just came off of like a week or so long like voyage on the sea with fucking probably on the same bison as Duncan.
Well, you know what? Maybe I want to give Duncan some space.
Maybe, but that's not what you said.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Not
Yeah, I'm
Maylee.
playing.
Maybe she just wants to give Duncan some
Maybe
space. She just met the new guy. We got the new guy. Ichibei just had revelations. Like,
oh, I would love if you rolled and got Rue and then just went over and his door's locked because he's doing something.
Where's my Go, get my smash dice. Well, here's the thing. Because Rue is not in my general vicinity, he doesn't exist anymore.
Come with me.
Oh, wait, Ichibei, you want to grab?
Fucking knew it.
Ichibei, you're wanting to grab?
I can just imagine she's just like rubbing her chin as she thinks, and he just comes out and like comes from the side, grabs her arm, and is just like, ah! Wait, what?
Okay.
Wait.
Luca, if you would like to, you could try to go to Rue.
I will try.
And what about you, Jen? You just like look over, you go and check everybody's rooms, like, all right, I need to talk to them about potentially leaving Nuance. Where the fuck is everybody?
Oh, every fucking time. Oh, whatever. I'm going to bed.
You just want to go to bed?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll have you wake up early with Akira then. Going over to the Rue situation. Rue, you did basically like get a room. You don't trust everybody here, so you did like lock your door, kind of like getting the things.
I probably would have left it open because
you would have left it open.
Ninjas don't care about dolls.
That is very. You know what? That's fair. You're like,
gonna say, what the fuck's a door gonna
you go over to the door, you look at the lock, and you're like, I spent enough time behind locked doors.
Whoever comes in here and kills me, I guess that's where it ends.
It's like these doors aren't gonna stop ninjas, and I just came out of a jail for forever. I'm not fucking fuck this.
If I die, I die.
If I die, I die.
If he dies.
Wow.
So, Luca, you would note that the door would be open as you see Rue inside. You see him potentially. Let's have the first of the 3 rolls I need you to do for the scroll right now. Just see how well you're doing with that first off. Go ahead and give me a diligence check.
Cool. I shall put 1 inspiration.
Okay. That's gonna be a +2. I need to move over the actual like plus dice from the. Okay.
Cool.
Luca, you make your way in. As you do note that Rue seems to be in the middle of a waterbending stance. As you see that there is a bit of sweat coming down from him. He has apparently been doing some practiced waterbending motions around here. You see that once he is done with that stance, he makes his way over toward the desk that's with him, and you see him jotting down with some of the calligraphy tools around the area. You see him trying to very accurately represent the pose he was just in. As he seems to be around a fourth done of the scroll that you see on his desk. And again, he has not been in here very long. That was a fucking nat 20.
Not damn. I'm a knock first.
Mm-hmm.
Come in.
Sorry, am I interrupting?
No. No, this might actually be helpful. What you need?
I was hoping I could ask you a question.
Sure, go ahead.
So you have heard about blood bending and whatnot, right?
So here is something that was brought up last game by Rue. that it's not amazingly common knowledge. I will say that bloodbending is not amazingly common knowledge. However, it is something that I had to bring up with Lindo in particular, because there is a very somewhat not famous, but somewhat known member of the Southern Water Tribe military that does openly practice bloodbending. And I was gonna have him roll for it, like, if this was ever brought up, but he just came out and said last week that he knew what bloodbending was, and I didn't want to say anything, and I didn't really catch it immediately. So I'm just going to say that you do know of this man. So you do know of a practitioner of bloodbending who is in the military of the Southern Water Tribe, who does openly show and practice this art that most people consider very taboo. It is one of the main reasons why your village does not particularly ally themselves with the military, because the military themselves don't see anything as traditional. They don't see anything as off limits as far as bending and other sorts of like southern traditions and things like that are concerned. Again, you know of the them being inhabiting the spirit forest whenever they're not supposed to. And then there's, again, one of the generals that does perform bloodbending. So you would know somewhat of it. You don't know a lot about the person. He is a higher up in the military that is usually off to the eastern region. But if he ever does come over to the western region, it is not usually good. You know, because he's a fucking general who specializes in bloodbending. How could anything ever be good if he comes over? One thing you would know, especially, is that this man may or may not be in the Fire Nation right now.
What?
As you know, they invaded recently. They invaded recently, if you remember.
I recall.
Anyway.
Can you repeat what you said, Luca?
I was like, so you know about bloodbending, right?
Yes. Yes. It's interesting. Again, from what I've seen from you, it doesn't look too bad.
I don't know if you should be saying that, but
I mean, it's not traditional, but you know, you're also a healer, so I think it balances out.
that was also something I was wondering about, but I'll get to that one later.
It's not traditional, but hey, neither is swamp bending. We can't stop them. I'm playing.
You know anything about it? At all?
I know there's someone in the military who practices it. I don't know the specifics of bloodbending, unfortunately. Depending on who you look at.
The military?
You know, I don't realize the words that are coming out of my mouth sometimes. Anyway. And yes, there's a general in the military who uses bloodbending.
What military?
The Southern Water Tribe military. Oh, right. I refer them to as the military. You guys refer to them as the pirates.
Pirates have a bloodbender?
The military have a bloodbender.
The pirates.
Amazing.
They're pirates to me.
Any specific reason, or just because everyone says so?
They've stolen from us. They pillage. They loot. They're pirates to me.
I didn't think we would do anything to assist the tribe.
One thing, Luca, that you would know is they don't come directly to the north to
Mhm.
pillage, but they do go after a lot of Northern Water Tribe settlements along the northern part of the Earth Kingdom.
That.
Yeah, it's basically the Southern Water Tribe would consider them being a part of the Earth Kingdom, whereas you guys are like, no, those are kind of our cities. Like there's a large northern water population in the northern part of the Earth Kingdom. Like,
Clearly not the core, obviously, but the ones closer and considered by the Earth Kingdom.
You know,
Still the same nonetheless.
you know what, fair. If you consider them pirates, that's fair. I can't change anything about that. It's just how I was raised. All I know is they're the military.
I think that makes it even worse.
I mean, I don't agree with them. And a lot of the people there are being forced, so it's not a great situation.
So you're from the other side that I've heard of.
Yep, just a humble god.
Humble guard that made his way all the way up here.
Okay, a humble god who was literally the only choice.
Mm. I guess the other question was, I thought it would be related, but I guess not. Have you heard of some sort of miracle healer of sorts down there?
ooh,
Do I
Rue.
need to roll?
Yes, you do. Although it's not very hard for you, but I do still need you to roll.
Gotcha.
It's not amazingly
Watching that
hard,
one.
but but you could not have it. Go ahead and give me a diligence check.
9.
You
You know
know,
what? I'll spend my last.
okay, I was gonna say you're not gonna put
I was
anything in
like,
there. Okay.
I'll spend my last love.
19 is instead of
Oh,
9.
thank
Okay. I love how I'm like, it's not gonna be that hard of a roll, but then I went over here and I saw your diligence again. I'm like, oh right, never mind. Rue, I would say that you would know of someone. No, you wouldn't consider them a miracle healer. It's not something that is said a lot in the Southern Water Tribe. Most people just call him the chief, or not him.
Yeah,
Most people
cool.
just call her the chief.
Cool.
She is
Oh,
the
you mean the
leader. She
chief.
is the leader of your village.
Yeah, she must love me. Oh, you mean the chief?
the chief.
She's the one in charge.
Have you heard about her somehow reattaching limbs? Or
Again, nothing like that really comes to
like
mind.
crazy?
But nothing like that really comes to mind, Rue, whenever you think of that. But again, if they're talking about some sort of miracle healer, the chief is the strongest waterbender in the entire village, and they
Well,
are a healer.
Well, I haven't heard stories of attaching limbs again, but the
okay.
chief is the strongest waterbender. Why?
People in your village not only say they're the
Uh.
strongest in the village, but like they literally say that your chief, they call them by the world's strongest waterbender.
Correction, the world's strongest waterbender.
Okay, I think a lot of people claim that, but
No, I believe them.
do you?
I've never
Okay.
seen them. I've never seen them do anything, but I believe them.
Alright. This might help to confirm or not, but do you recognize anything on this rag? I'm gonna show them the blood-soaked moon rag thing I have. Is this recognizable?
The rag itself, looking at it, Rue, is definitely of Southern Water Tribe make. Other than that, though, like you can be like, oh yeah, that I've seen things like that in the Southern Water Tribe, but you can't really like pin it to one certain person, probably.
Okay, so well, like not like, oh, this is like a more royal person, or I don't know, like military type
No.
plot. Okay, cool.
As you look
Gotcha.
at it, you literally like look at this thing, Rue, and you're like, oh yeah, I've seen that a couple of times. Like you know that your city is not like a bunch of huts and things like that. There are stands, there are things where people like there are actually artisans and things there. You guys have gotten a lot of attention over the years from like different things. Like you look at this and you're like, oh yeah, that's definitely Southern Water Tribe make. As you look at it, you're like, yeah, that is definitely I don't know, moose, beaver, fur. I don't fucking know, man.
Cool.
Cool.
That is definitely definitely polar bear dog. That is definitely polar bear dog for or Lin or what, I don't fucking care.
That's definitely an animal of sorts.
That is an animal.
Uh,
that is a
Thank you.
that is a that is definitely otter seal. Otter seal.
Otter seal. Poor things.
That's definitely otter seal. And I don't know how they're that hairy, but here we are.
I fucking know, dude.
Of course, no. Okay. I guess even if not confirmation, it's worth the check. Thank you.
I can definitely introduce you and everyone to the chief. It's fine.
I don't know
they
how
love
well
me.
that would go over.
It's fine. They love me. I can get you guys a free pass.
I do.
They love me. I'm like the grandson they never wanted.
Okay.
Hey, Ruru, roll me charm.
I specifically said never wanted.
You know, it's
Never
fine.
wanted.
It's perfectly fine. Roll me twice because you have a fleeting.
Thank you.
13. That's 11. Yeah, they totally love you, Rue. You're their favorite. They basically like they call the people around. They're like, oh, it's the little chief with how attached to the hip you guys are. Yeah, never mind.
The chief is like family to me.
I mean, it would really help if you could.
Well, as long as you guys are going to the Southern Water Tribe, I can help out.
I'm sorry, I'm still caught up on a bloodbender in the. Does this person openly use it?
Yep.
Oh my god.
I will tell you this now. They're not the greatest person.
I figured. With what they do.
I mean, you bloodbender as well.
Not openly and only to protect.
You know, fair.
How dare you guys freaking say bad things about this guy? You don't even know him.
Oh no, he's saying them.
You don't even know them. You don't even know what if he volunteers on weekends at the children's hospital? You don't know.
He comes to my village and it's bad news. He ain't great. I didn't say he's the worst. I just said he ain't great.
I'll keep that information in mind and figure out how to go about that.
Seeing how you reacted with that, could you not tell everyone right away at least?
I at least need to tell my group.
Please, let me just a day.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to go immediately.
Okay,
But
that's great.
why?
Listen, if I mess up, I feel like you guys can just ditch me at any moment.
Why does his actions have anything to do with you?
You know what? I feel unnecessarily responsible for the Southern Water tribe currently.
Were you a part of the military, as you say?
Oh, you said too. No.
Then you shouldn't feel responsible. I've
Well,
learned that I shouldn't pin it on a full nation. It's not fair to do that.
oh, that's nice to hear.
Visions of the other water tribe members you've met. Visions of Hoka, who you guys have not talked to since like the Earth Kingdom. Visions
I
of
treated them
Duncan.
like shit.
Visions of Boss.
Yep.
Which technically Boss is Northern, but you know he helped us out anyway.
Yeah.
That being said, could I have a request from you?
That depends. What do you need?
Just some water bending stances while I get this scroll finished for Akira.
Why does he need a scroll? For water bending.
He doesn't want to be a bother, so he would like a scroll.
Okay.
He paid
Sure.
for
He paid to... okay. Interesting. But
Maybe that's
yeah.
something you can ask him.
That is something you could potentially ask him. Do you guys want to? Do you want to help Rue out, or do you want to head off? Be like, nah, fuck you. I'm done with you.
Nah, fucking no, I'm kidding. Here, I'll help you.
Eat shit, bro.
Yeah, sure.
You begin to do. You guys begin to get into some basic waterbending stances, because again, this is supposed to be a kind of learners kind of thing. This is supposed to be like the basics of basics. Just most of the stances and the flows and going from one to another and all that different stuff. You're pretty sure Akira can't waterbend, so you're not gonna try to teach him octopus style inside of this fucking this scroll or anything. I will split up the two final rolls then between the two of you. Then how about that?
Okay.
Hey.
Okay.
From Luca, I would like for you to roll me for your reflex, and from Rue, I would like you to roll me for your insight.
Oh.
Heck yeah.
Why did that not roll? There you go. 2
inspiration into that.
Sorry, did you want me to put inspiration? Actually, I will re-roll for you because you threw it for me. So.
Oh no!
Well, nothing I could do there.
Oh no!
Okay, I will ask you. Would you like me to try again?
You don't have to.
One last shot, and if it sucks, it sucks. Then I apologize.
Nice.
That's an 11.
Okay.
And what'd you
14.
get?
12 plus the
Oh,
inspo.
wait, where's the...
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, you're fine. You guys...
Wait, where'd the black hole device go?
It's right here.
Wait, what?
It's right here.
Oh, shit. Thank you. Thank you. I'm blind.
It's right there. It's the
I'm blind.
it's the big gate that's in the center of the ocean. No, I'm playing.
There's no gate in the ocean.
You guys make your way there. There's actually like a futuristic facility.
There's
Like
a black hole there.
It's the new boiling rock. It's the size of a fucking nation.
The Neo boiling rock. Now with Wi-Fi.
It's like, what is this place? It's like, oh, you weren't supposed to see this. This is from the Star Ocean campaign.
We're getting Star Ocean before we get Wild Arms. Go fuck yourself.
Listen, Star Ocean was hype.
Star Ocean is very hype. Anyway,
Was a space pirate.
that's true. That's true. We'll talk about it after Avatar. I'm kidding.
I want laser gun.
But with that, you guys pass all 3 of them, and with the first one, you got a nat 20. Yeah, I'm gonna give you. Not only am I giving you a waterbending scroll, I'm gonna give you 2 of them.
Heck yeah.
And they're both going to be considered high quality as well.
Heck yeah.
Which means you guys could potentially sell them for a lot, or you guys could hand them off to aspiring waterbenders, potentially like one that only has 1 waterbending technique and it is extremely fucking advanced.
Yeah.
Very powerful, I'll admit.
Bending scroll. Then we're gonna put in. I'm gonna call it A+ because that's how we usually denote high quality stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is.
And it gets the point across rather well. You now have 2 waterbending scroll A+.
Heck yeah. Thank you, Luca.
Yay, I got what I paid for. That's awesome.
And a lot quicker than you should have too. Like this was something that should have taken like several days, but that nat 20 and then you're getting help and then that both of you pass the other roll. Yeah.
I'm very satisfied.
You just see it in the next morning and just like, oh, if I knew it would be like okay, yeah, I got my money. I got my gold's worth. I definitely got my gold's worth.
Fuck yeah, yeah, this is awesome. Thank you.
And then they're like, no, more. I'm kidding. No, they don't hold a house.
More, not fair.
As you guys will be doing that, I'm gonna say that's gonna take a good chunk of the night for you guys to do that. So you guys will be waking up probably last, depending on what happens with these 2. But Mei and Ichibe, you head over and find Mei as she is debating on doors to sneak into, as you just sort of like grab her and take her away.
Whoa, wait, what? Oh, wait. Big brother.
Jesus Christ. Oh, this might have been a mistake. Oh, well.
I fucking love how she said that.
Where are we going?
Take over to my room.
Whoa, big brother! I'm gonna tell Ryan! Ryan! Should I actually tell
Did you
Ryan?
just type a guy? Can name him? I can't remember his name.
Should I tell Ryan? Should I tell Ryan?
You just hear in the distance, shut the fuck up.
Let me sleep!
But yeah, you make your way to Ichibe's room. Do you try to stop going into Ichibe's room?
She's just like, what's going on? What's going on?
She's
just confused, but she's not fighting it.
Okay. You guys make your way into Ichibe's room, and the door is closed.
Can I sit?
Give her a hug.
Yeah. Okay, like so when do I start like screaming for when is Ryan gonna kill me? Are you both gonna kill me? I didn't do anything. Ichibe, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, I called her a bitch like several times, but you didn't say I couldn't call her a bitch.
We might both actually be siblings.
What? Wait, what, for real? For real? You're joking. You're absolutely joking. We look nothing alike.
There's more to it than that. Some sort of bond the previous avatar created. There's a reason why you survived. We need to talk with your Baba.
I mean, at some point we might be heading back to Ba Sing Se. But I still don't know what you're talking about. I mean, yeah, we're connected by like the avatar, and he's your dad, and he's technically my dad, except he's not my dad. But like,
Did you ever wonder why your Baba had left you alone the way she did?
Because I was a troublemaking little shit, and I wanted to get out, and I told her, Baba, I'm leaving the system because I don't want to inherit your glass making farm. And she was like, yeah, go do it. Go be the best whore you can be.
I guess you've
Slay
the gist
queen.
then. She pushed you away out of her own love for you. I feel that she knew something that neither of us did, and a lot of the people around us don't know. There was something wrong with the Avatar and his actions. At first I didn't know whether or not that would be the case, but now I feel like it's true. I had a long chat with my mother. She was made aware that I know who I came from. As it turns out, they used to both be Black Rings, my father and her. My father was a part of that Team Avatar that your Baba would talk about.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, the Avatar created the Black Rings, so of course his team would be a part of it. Now it's a different story, but...
You're missing the part about us.
Yeah, you haven't totally got that. I'm still really, really confused.
I
Because-
was meant to be a Black Ring as well. I was never meant to be told about my heritage. I was not meant to know that I was the son of the Avatar. Mom doesn't really know what the reason was, but apparently there was some sort of ritual and plan. And so far all I know is that it revolves around at least 3 people. My brother, and you. The Avatar didn't save you out of pure coincidence. There was some sort of reason for it.
Yeah, you're right. I can never just be special.
That's
can
not
never-
what I'm saying.
No, keep going. I'm just kind of wallowing in self-pity. I do that sometimes.
Doesn't that make you special if you're going out of their way to save you?
This is
Yeah.
like, but this isn't like a serendipity special. This is like cruel fate special, and I don't want any of that voice in my head from the sky.
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
I'm your repressed thoughts from childhood.
Yeah, you are. This is all I have from before 8.
Oh,
Holy
that's
shit,
also
I'm
your
a-
repressed dog
thoughts
from
in there.
childhood.
And a little barking dog.
That's your self.
That is that yap yap.
Baba had pushed you away for so long because she wanted you to leave. Because she felt that it would be unsafe for you to stick around. If that's the case, then there's something special about you and I. Something the Avatar had planned for us. Mom says we should be careful with what we talk about from here on.
Uh-oh.
When it comes to the Avatar, and your lineage as an airbender that survived the Eastern Air Temple, I want you to be careful with that information. I care about you, and I'd rather not see you hurt.
Oh, it's nice to hear you finally say it.
I've
Although
said it
I'm not
before.
sure. Although I'm not sure about these circumstances.
You've had moments plenty. I've expressed my gratitude for you.
Yeah. But I just love constant validation. We've been around each other that you at least know that. Yeah, you know that.
Jesus Christ. That's really all the information I have.
Yeah. I guess nothing really ever answers the question that I mainly have in my head constantly every waking moment of my life, and that's the fact that I can't remember anything past 8. Because it's like, yeah, things like this kind of, they kind of help the dots connect one way or another. But something in my memory, I remember Granny saying that this was just an unfortunate circumstance due to the consequences of everything going on that she wouldn't tell me because I don't know if she knows or not. But I would really like those back, even if I'll never get them back.
I don't expect to remember my years as a 3-year-old, so I'm not even gonna.
You know what?
dive
But
into
at least
that.
you remember some sort of childhood. Like, at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, okay, yeah, I've joked a lot that you're adopted, and we're not going to go into that. But the point is, Ichibe, and it's really weird, and I'm not saying this in like a woe is me kind of thing, even though it can sound like that, is this just like, at the end of the day, you're Ichibe. You're Ichibe Aikawa, raised by your mom Aikawa and your dad Aikawa.
Yeah.
But I don't know what happened before Meili, you know?
Does it matter?
I guess not.
There you go.
I guess it
Well,
fucking
we solved
does.
that trauma.
I guess it fucking doesn't. But it's still like, again, you you're right.
You are who you make you to be. Don't let anybody ever tell you otherwise.
Hmm.
And so far, you're an amazing dancer and quickly becoming a very good airbender.
Nah. You've always been super capable, Ichibe. Like, how do I explain it? It's like a book you don't know how to read, but you're like, this is probably a good book. If only I could read it.
Oh, take that as a compliment.
It's supposed to be one.
Thank you.
Like, kind of like, just because you don't understand something, or you can't kind of like be on the same wavelength as it, doesn't mean it's particularly bad. It can just be, it could still be something great. I just don't understand it.
Is that why there's an underlying sense of frustration? The two of you hear a voice coming from Ichibe's mask.
Oh, hi. Yeah, you're here, huh? You heard everything. You know what? Kometsu heard everything too. No, he's over there. No, he's over there.
I am never
Well,
too
you know
far
what? The
away from my
corral heard everything too.
I am never too far away from my partner.
No, that makes sense.
You've already heard it before. Does this news concern you?
Not in the slightest. I don't know anything about the, well, machinations that are happening around you, but I do sense frustration. And whenever I sense frustration, there is always opportunity, partner. If it is truly something the two of you wish to know, then there are other ways to figure things out, especially when it comes to your own sense of self, as it were. The face that you might have lost from long ago.
I mean, there's not really much you can accomplish up to 8.
You say that, but there are many who have accomplished a lot in their youth. Do you not know what happened with you? So how can you be so sure there was nothing grand?
It pretty much, the way I've kind of tried to cope with not remembering who I was until I was rescued by the Avatar has just been, it clearly wasn't important enough because it's not like anyone recognized me. Well, I mean, Takal kind of recognized me, but not really. And it's Takal, so I take that with a cup of sugar.
The only thing that brings any sort of, well, thoughts to me, if the two of you would mind me saying.
I mean, yeah, go for it.
Partner?
You're welcome to speak your mind. Just know that I don't have a lot of time left to listen.
The one thing that brings to my limited knowledge of your world is, why was there a need to bring you to someone so capable inside of a city basically set to be a fortress if you weren't important in some way? If something had not happened. You say that no one would recognize you, but wouldn't Bossing say the city of the giant wall be a perfect place for something like that? For someone who wishes to be hidden not only from the outside, but the inside as well? A place where isolation is one's best friend?
I guess. I mean, the only one who kept trying to, even the Karao couldn't penetrate Bossing Say's wall. But that was also because after a while, they just started collecting his scales and jamming it in the hole.
I do not know anything of that either, but that sounds interesting.
Well, now you know. They're not there anymore. Just break right at, no.
Yes, of course.
There is kind of one more thing now that I think about our whole little powwow at the wall when we were getting the Karao scales. Remember when Nuon was having that whole moment she likes to have?
You know, that one that she totally controls and enjoys every time it happens.
Oh, so you know.
You refer to when the Avatar, or at least someone.
Possessed her, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned it before in passing. But that's the only spirit being that recognized me. And all it had to say was that it hated my face. And then I saw a statue of her in the Eastern Temple. This lady who hates my face for some reason. Who, getting close to Nuon, whatever rage that she had at the moment was now completely focused on me.
Are we combining two different people, or are we correct on that?
That is
that's
very
how
correct.
I remember. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I remember this shit.
You know
Yeah,
that
that's spot
whenever
on.
you had asked anybody about the thing or the statue, you know that to be somebody who was a head of a temple, because all of those people were heads of temples.
Yeah. She was a temple head.
Okay, I might have been confusing the Avatar statue that we saw and the head of the temple.
Yeah. The Avatar had taken control of Nuon over in the Western Air Temple. We're talking about the other being that had done it, which you guys know not to be an Avatar.
Yeah.
She was just a spirit bound to that area by the Avatar. That when we found out, we were like, wow, what an asshole.
Binding a spirit. That would take a very powerful amount of bending indeed. One that I have not seen myself. A very powerful, unique type of bending. With that being said, I believe there has been talks around all of you about a certain style of bending that could fit that very purpose. But the same question is why that is the case.
Oh, yeah, no. We could never really come up with any sort of theory that made sense as to why he would want to do such a thing.
Would you like to find your old face?
I mean, it's like I said, I've always been wondering about this kind of thing my whole life, but ever since that encounter with that spirit, it comes back and it's even harder to shake. Because I've never seen this woman, as far as I know, in the whole life after 8. But whatever it was, whatever happened to me, this woman hates me. And I have a feeling that it is connected to the Avatar. And if we are actually related, which is still hilarious. Don't get me wrong, YouTube, but it's freaking hilarious.
Would you like me to confirm that?
I mean, if you can try, but I don't know how that does that mean I have to put you on? I mean, I've already touched you.
I sense no blood relation between the two of you.
Oh, okay, good. Oh, that's still kind of sad though, in a way. That was wow. I would have been like, oh my god, Ichibe, I'm actually your crazy sister. Look at that, the joke's real. But okay, that makes me sad.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, Jesus Christ.
It's fine. There are perks to being an only child, and then there are perks to having siblings, and I don't know what. This just comes back to me not knowing who the hell I am.
If what my partner's mother said is true, that still means that you are siblings in a sense. Just
I mean,
not
I'll still
by
call his
blood.
mom. I mean, I'll still call his
Some
mom.
sort of kindred that is formed between at least the three of us.
If there is ever a time you wish to attain your old face, you need but ask. It would be...
Sure, let's do it.
I was going to say it would be a simple matter.
Yeah, sure, let's do it. This is Bailey. You think she fucking cares? If all you have to do, yeah, let's do it.
You sense like a bit of hesitation from him as you just are like really gung-ho about it, and then it's just like,
Is there a price
Partner.
to your request?
Oh, there's always a catch. Ichibe, at this point, you should know there's always a catch.
there's no catch.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's shocking.
Yeah, as you said last time, and then we got a fucking Demon Lotus point on Blood Lotus, Red Lotus.
Yeah, but we don't know about that part, Ichibe. We don't care.
I don't know.
We don't see that part. We don't see that part. What's a lotus point?
I'm here to aid you, my partner, in any way that I can. And if this person is connected with you in some way, and it is someone who I have grown at least a seeming knowledge of, I would be very much push those services to all of your friends as well. I would like to consider them my partners, if possible.
Besides, if he does try to pull any funny stuff, like try to steal me away or anything, the Corral would totally do something about it, wouldn't you, honey? Pulls out the staff.
You sense nothing but the staff, except for cold.
He would totally come to my rescue. For I belong to him, and if not as a wife, at least as a possession.
Is one seems interested when others are affected by one that is not him.
He's
You get pissed off if you're afraid of other people.
Exactly. Honestly, if the Corral is so confident and headstrong on the fact that he is the most fearsome thing in the world, I have no reason to fear anything else but my life at the moment when it's in danger.
Well,
And even then, I do not fear it more than him.
the one thing that I can tell you is that I have several ways of aiding you in this venture. If you
Do
wish
most of them
to,
involve putting you on?
one of them does.
Okay, well, there's at least that.
If you do not wish to do that, then there is also... It is a spirit that is doing this to you, yes? I find my home in the spirit world. I could find information about that spirit if you wish. And
Well, I don't know if the spirit's doing anything weird to me now.
that was the third option. You say that there is a place where all of this took place. The
Yeah.
Eastern Air Temple. If you were to take me to the site of where this had happened with you, I could perhaps gain some sort of insight into what had happened. Or, the third option, you could don me, and I could unlock your previous face. What changes that may have on you is entirely its own.
Ichibe, I'm really impatient. You know this.
You also know that you have somebody with deep relations to the Avatar waiting for you back in Ba Sing Se.
I do not wish
Horrible.
to add any hasty options, partner. I'm not wishing to go against you in any way. If you wish for me not to do any of these, all you need to do is tell me. I would never go against you in any way. Says I, Ko, the face stealer.
Yeah, you fucking. You know, maybe if this guy didn't have that name, maybe he would get a lot more leeway with me.
Why would that name be a problem?
Who fucking knows why, dude?
You really have
I
a
didn't get
branding
called
issue.
Ichibe. I didn't get called Ichibe, the blood-sucking vampire lord of the night.
You weren't. Ever, at any point, ever in this whole campaign.
Nobody gets named shit unless something happens.
I mean,
So if he's called Ko the Face Stealer, there's a fucking reason for it.
maybe he's just like a really bad kisser, and it feels like when he kisses you, like he's stealing your face.
You were, you were really trying to give people benefit of the doubt here.
You know, again,
If
I have nothing.
if
I have
it's-
nothing to fear more than the Corral.
If it's anything you guys want to find out about, you could always ask him about his name and about other things like that. He is a character just like everything else.
You ever just wonder?
Do you wonder?
You ever just fucking wonder? So if I put you on, like, are you gonna like take my old face or my current face, or like, because you are called the face stealing mask? I want to believe that that's, you know, merited in some way.
When it comes to mortals' faces, they are different than those of the spirit world. You mortals wear many faces among your lives. If there is anything that would happen to them that would be beyond my knowledge, there are several things. I could very well take what it is that you are now to myself. Of course, if that is the case, it is of my own will that I could return something like that to you. Or you could be stuck between some sort of a amalgamous existence similar to your friend. I believe they're named Luca.
I mean, Luca's just fine.
Or
Luca has no issues whatsoever.
Or it could be like what happened with my partner here, and I would take that curse that would have bestowed on them and stop them from attaining their new face.
Honestly, all I've seen are benefits for people that put you on.
I've never gotten a single complaint. Well, maybe one.
One?
But I believe that that is far beyond anything that would happen here.
Oh. Give me the mask.
Jesus Christ.
Give me the mask. There's just that long moment of pause, and then she just holds out her hand. Give me him.
Are you certain?
This is something that's been burdening me my entire life, and it's only been getting worse as time passes on. Yes. Quite heavy. Quite heavy.
I don't know. Let me answer my text real quick.
Look, honestly, I might not know the big history behind this mask or the moment that gave him his nomenclature, and honestly, a little part of him, myself doesn't care. I've kind of lived recklessly my whole life, and honestly, I've been just peachy. Out of curiosity, I touched the staff. Now I'm engaged to a giant immortal ice dragon king. Putting my grubby hands on things have only honestly merited benefits.
One could say you have been quite lucky with your encounters.
I really have. At some point, my luck will have to run out, but who knows? It might be today, it might be tomorrow, it might be next year, it might be 10 years from now. It might be on the moment of my deathbed. But I won't know unless I try.
If you find this to be to your benefit, and are not scared of the repercussions.
I'm just gonna remember what dear old Honey told me. I need not fear anything more than him. He apparently can feel that in my heart.
I will not in any way go against anything you say, partner. But I will promise you that I mean no ill will.
There you go. You got the promise of Ko, the face-stealing mask. What's his word but as good as wine? I actually don't know how good your word is, Ko, but I'm trying to help you out here.
All right. I will be here should something happen.
Yeah. If anything happens, I'll also scream. And then you can explain to Ryan why I'm in your room. By the way, which I am not leaving.
She'll probably understand. At least I would assume.
You have allowed me in. I shall not leave. I shall not leave before the morrow.
So
here's the mask.
Just like gives it pop.
You're gonna take the mask. Is that true?
Pap. Yep.
All right.
Pap in the face.
So, Squeaky.
Yes.
I would like you to roll, because again, like he said, there are 3 things that could potentially happen to you. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. There is actually 4 things that could happen to you. I would like you.
The really bad one.
I would like you to please roll me just a straight d20. No fleetings, no anything. It does not matter if you get higher or lower. It is literally a percentage between certain numbers. So I just need to know which one of those numbers it's going to be.
Lucky pank dice.
That is a 6. And I would like you to roll one more, please. That was 6, and this one is 18.
18.
Exact opposites. Okay.
Hell yeah.
I would like you to now choose. Do you want to go with the 18, or do you want to go with the 6?
I like 18 because it's a bigger number.
Do you want to go with the bigger number?
Yes.
All right. I will. Get over here to your person.
Sweet.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, let's go 18. It's closer to 22, and 22 is my favorite number.
All right.
Is it actually your favorite number?
Yes.
Oh.
Ichibei, you hand over the mask. As you do, Mei places it upon her face, and for a moment, nothing happens. But then, the wind begins to pick up around. A very similar wind that what you had seen before from Mei Li. Mei Li, ever since they obtained the brooch of the Night Mother, has been able to make certain kinds of winds that are different than normal. These winds, these dark winds, seem to be very similar to what's happening with her right now, as these winds pick up and begin to blow her hair around. At first, very lightly, but then, as you look around, they begin to get stronger. Oh.
I wonder if we should have done this
see.
outside.
Of course. As the face stealer begins to speak, just in a bunch of understanding, seemingly expletives, you see that Mei Li begins to violently start like moving off, like kind of jerking around. Mei Li, it hurts a little.
Oh, it's totally fine.
Is it totally fine, Mei Li? Do you want to roll me for your physique? I know this would be survival. I'll give you survival.
Let's use the green dice. That's the bad one. That's the bad luck dice. 4.
Mei Li, it is almost unbearable.
What's that do?
It hurts a lot. It hurts so much that I'm actually going to be. What was that?
You can't use this.
Oh, you
no, that's not the reroll. That's so that we can interrupt. That's so that we can do like collab attacks.
Oh yeah.
He was using his little.
Who's using
bad.
what?
I misconstrued what they before.
Yeah,
That's
these are for having somebody do something that is when it's not their turn.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No problem. Technically, if Jin was around, then Mei Li could use one of theirs to have Jin do something during this. Basically, is how that would work.
Okay.
But anyway, as that goes on, Mei Li, I'm going to be taking away 4 of these from you.
Yay!
There we go.
Yay!
I'm gonna take 4 of these away, just
Take
because.
my life.
Just because you're fine. You still have 9. You're good.
Yeah.
As you start kind of having this violent pain all through you, you feel weaker as this is happening with you. And Ichibei, looking over, they're saying it's fine. They're saying they're fine. You start seeing some blood. Start swirling around in the dark winds. You want?
Oh boy.
You want to? You want? Is everything good on your side? You good?
You know, I said I'd be here in case something happened, but I actually have no fucking powers.
You note
Or are
that
they like hovering off the?
they're not hovering yet, but as you start thinking
is it that the wind is fucking?
The wind is
like,
swirling
hitting her?
all around her, and seemingly it's the same kind of darkish wind from before. As you're looking at her,
So what I'm hearing is I gotta meat shield it.
well, as you're looking at her, you try to move forward, but you find that it is hard to do so. You find that it is beyond you to be able to push your way through these extremely strong winds. Ichibei,
Fuck you, it's beyond me.
it
No,
is
I'm just kidding.
it is unfortunately beyond you because the winds are extremely powerful. They're extremely just almost inhumanly pushing you back without really destroying the room around. It seems to be concentrated, like a concentrated maelstrom, just centered directly on Mei Li and the mask. As this is going on, it seems to continue for a little bit. You're standing there for like about 30 seconds, and it's still going. As this is going on, you see that Mei Li is currently still taking some damage from whatever this is. You feel the only way you can do anything is to do something about this wind.
Quick, throw a blanket over. Turn her into a hot pocket.
The fucking blanket just fucking explodes on you.
Maybe airbending is like a bird. You throw a blanket over it and it falls asleep.
I start blowing to counteract the wind. I'm just kidding. Are the windows closed?
The windows were closed. They're open now because of the wind, like kind of
Okay.
like moving around and everything.
Well, at least it's got a place.
At least
to,
we're
like,
getting some circulation.
Yeah.
At least we're getting some circulation.
Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. I'm not gonna lie.
This seems to be going on for quite a bit. If you have no idea what to do, is there anything you can think of other than that? Like you feel like if you were to do anything, it would be basically trying to get through and like stab something. I don't know, but like nothing seems to be really, even with like again any sort of physique you may have, any sort of quickness you may feel you have. The wind is pushing you back. Whatever is coming out of melee is overpowering to an utmost degree. You have never seen melee use airbending as powerful as this.
You're like looking at me and I'm just like, what?
I got a destiny token.
You could potentially do something like that if you wish. You also know that there are a couple of airbenders around you.
Are they like? Can I get through the room now?
From what I know, you brought melee in.
You can jump from windows.
From what you brought melee in, and then you had shut the door and you started talking to her. The maelstrom seems to be directed completely on her, stopping you from getting to her. You're in a fucking big room. This is a manor.
Like you see this
like
box.
If you'd like to use the destiny token, you could if you'd like to. You could also do many things. I will give you a box.
It could be pretty funny.
I will give you a box. Hold on. I will not that box. I will give you this box.
Imagine if you get a tornado of money around you.
We will lock this box in place. Look at this box being all locked in place and stuff. And I would say that the room itself, for you, would be kind of large. Again, it would be a very large, like bedroom-ish area. You would have like several different things around that would show themselves to be rather nice. And there's like a little window over here that's the window that is currently flappy. And you would have like a door like over here, and then they're like, oh, there you go. You can leave if you ever decide to. Things of that nature. Melee is currently in the center of said room, about here, and the wind is, we'll say around 5 feet around. So it would be basically stopping you from going any further than this. It is a very localized wind. It's a very localized maelstrom around her.
Okay. I will use one destiny token, and if that does nothing, then I'll go get help.
Alrighty. We haven't had like an actual destiny token used in a long time here.
Yeah, I thought it'd be a good meme.
A good meme.
It better be a good meme.
It might not be a good meme. I will say that I have changed destiny tokens a little bit in the Avatar game in the interim since the last time we have done anything, because I have made other games, I believe, since the last time we have had a destiny token used in this game, which is very funny for me. But going to the Avatar section. Oh no, it's not in the Avatar section. It's in the main. There we go. Avatar Fate. There we are. You have had Gem, Skull, wait for it, Talents. Okay, good. Go ahead and roll me a d12. And
yeah,
I
think I might have used the most. I think I might have used.
You have used the most as
this.
far as actually using them as destiny cards, or as fate tokens. You haven't. Technically, I think the most used for anything was.
If we use them as items, then there's people that have used more.
Yeah.
I think I've used them actually as destiny tokens.
Yes.
This is a 12. Yes, this is a 12. Okay.
All right. Tell me when to stop shuffling my end as well.
Okay, 1 sec. Well, I mean, do I have to stop rolling and then tell you to stop shuffling?
Nope, you can tell me whenever to stop whenever. You can see your roll and tell me to stop, or you can tell me to stop beforehand. I'm shuffling currently.
Okay, you can stop shuffling.
I have stopped.
I got the number Jin likes.
Which is
4.
okay.
Different Jin.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know him.
Different Jin. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Trying to see if there's any way I can think of to skew this into helping you.
Okay. Makes me wonder what I got.
Well, you had gotten one that I have added in here, one that is called the Justice, which is a card that I have taken from the cards I made for the 5 Drops game. The Justice is a very interesting card. Normally, it allows you to automatically force a critical success or a fail onto any of the either insight, I believe, for this game. Yes, it is insight or diligence. You can automatically succeed, cause a critical success or a fail in any roll. It doesn't have to be yours. It can be anybody's roll. However, the other one is you gain a permanent boost against a single character until they're able to fight, or until they're able to fight, or either one is defeated. So I'm trying to think of something that could work with this, but unfortunately, it is not something that I think can really help you in this situation. I'm gonna give it to you though. Justice.
So I've got this for another time then?
You can use this at any time. Anytime there is a roll that is a diligence or a insight or diligence check, you can force a critical success or a fail. And if you ever find somebody that is just somebody you hate, you fucking hate them, you're like, man, this person fucking sucks, you can decide to basically turn that person into your enemy until one of you is defeated. You have bonuses against them, because you are going to seek justice against them.
Huh.
But yeah, right now it is not helping you here.
Damn it. I could use another one. No, I'm just kidding.
You could technically use another one if you'd like to.
But is she getting hurt, or do I have time to use these?
These always happen outside the meta.
Okay. Fuck it, should we double down? And then go find the airbenders?
It's up to you.
There is your justice card.
Fuck it. Let's go.
All right, let me add in another one really quick, and I will start shuffling. Go ahead and roll me a d12. And tell me when to stop.
Let's go. Stop.
Okay, I have stopped. What'd you get?
I got Jin's number that he hates the most.
Which is?
I thought you were gonna look at it.
I have not.
It's 5.
I didn't want to lose my space on this thing. 5.
No, I got you. It's 5.
Okay.
He'll never go to 5.
You have gotten the Fool.
I think somebody's gotten that before.
Card.
Not here. It has been gotten in on Sunday before though. It has been gotten on 5 Dogs before. So let me look at your stuff really quick. Let's go with. I'll give you a choice.
Yeah.
You are going to have to lose something really quick. You are going to either lose one of your golden daggers, to your Earth Kingdom kunai, or we'll say
common sunscreen.
your sunscreen, or you will
expensive.
lose your stone ammo box. One of those 3 has to be lost right now.
I have to choose?
Yep, you can choose.
I mean, I got. If the Earth Kingdom kunai and the gold dagger do the same thing, I want to get rid of the Earth Kingdom kunai. Fuck that.
Okay.
I'll have 2 gold daggers. I'm sure I could sell that for something reasonable later.
We'll say, just in the meta for this, then, as you are trying to get through the, wind, you bring out the Earth Kingdom kunai, which is, you know, very sturdy metal, very much made of earth and like earth and metal. As you stab into the wind, it is actually shattered as you're trying to get through.
Yeah.
However, you will also lose 1 skill point from anywhere on your thing here.
Oh shit!
Wherever you want to lose, you have 1 skill point.
This is starting to get a little complicated.
Mm-hmm. These are pretty. I like the ones that I made for the Sunday game. That's why I moved them to some of the other games. They're actually really good, really fun.
God, the only 2 things I would want to lose from is I'd either want a -2 and a lure, or I want my charm to be neutral.
You can go up to -3 in anything, if you remember.
Mm-hmm. When have I ever used a lure? Have I, in the 2 years of me being on this RP, ever used a lure in my goddamn life? I've used charm for nearly everything. So I should just -2 a lure then, and then beef the fuck out of it with 3 dice when the moment comes.
Do you want to -1 from your lore?
Yeah.
All right. Now, the final choice that you can make. You can then either immediately gain back that skill point to put anywhere else you want on your list that can bypass limits, or you can draw another card and activate it.
Oh my god, that's crazy stupid.
That is why it is called the Fool.
So wait, you're saying it can go above limits?
You can go above your limits.
So like I could put that in reflex or technique.
You could.
That's fucky.
Or you can put it back in a lore and just be like, fucking neutral, man.
I already have another card. I don't want to get another one. I just used 2. I have a 3rd. What do I use the most?
As you can see, this one is a bad card, obviously, but it has a pretty good upside of being able to bypass limits.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I like these cards. They make you guys make choices.
When I attack, I usually use my reflex, right?
Yes. However, you have been getting some things lately that are going to be working with your technique. For example, I will say that your kunai with chain is going to be technique.
Well, I want that shit to work out pretty well, so maybe I should give it a 6 in technique then.
That is up to you.
I want to make Dad proud, even though he never actually used this properly, like an idiot. Yeah, fuck it. I'll put it in my technique. I'll have 6 technique.
Okay. You have 1 more card. What do you want to do?
I'll fucking get rid of that too. Eventually something good's gonna happen. I'm gonna save melee by staring at the wind.
Let me quickly change this up really quick. I'm gonna write these down on your thing. So you have had the Fool, and you have had the Justice. All right. Go ahead and roll me a d12. I'm gonna roll, and we're gonna see what happens.
Stop.
I have stopped.
I got max.
Oh, 12. Okay. It took me a second.
I got the amount of 3 of Jin's favorite numbers.
Alrighty. So, you're gonna not. This is still good. It's still good for you, but just like the first one, I can't see this helping you immediately. I'm very sorry.
Okay.
You got the
That's
lovers.
okay. I'll go.
You got the lovers.
Okay.
The player keeps this card. They can then use it to force a critical success or fail in any charm or a lore check. They can also use this card to attempt to cause a situation that could change the perception an NPC has on their character.
Oh.
I technically got this one from NetNavi, but then I changed it for 5Ds.
Well, that'll be good for later. But right now, I gotta fucking go find airbenders now.
I'm very sorry. You went through and got like all these things.
That's okay. It happens.
And I'm gonna paste it here so you can see what it does. Bam. There you go. You have your cool new Justice and Lover cards.
Cool.
So
right.
while you have like an introspection of like, oh man, my freaking kunai just shattered. You look off toward Mei Li. She seems to still be like kind of like hurting. Again, the blood seemingly mixing with this dark wind around her.
This wind is too hard to penetrate. I will go get airbenders.
You
take your time.
you rush out. As you rush out,
I'm not anywhere.
Mei Li, I'm gonna take 2 more HP from you.
Ow.
As you make your way out, Ichibe, who are you trying to find? Are you trying to find our good friends our good friend Ox, who you know is kind of an airbender probably, but you've never seen him do anything? Or do you want to find I can't remember his name.
I thought we moved the 2 other misfits in here.
Nope, they went with heckin' where are they at? Your other airbenders have gone off with Guru Kara to go and get everything settled over in the Fire Nation capital, because they were taking the Fire Lord back.
Okay.
That's one reason I had asked you guys who you guys wanted to bring with you. You're like, oh, let's just send all the airbenders over there.
No, whatever.
But currently, the 2 airbenders you guys have are those 2 and Nuon. Nuon is also technically an airbender.
I have more faith in a guy and in a soldier than I do in a thief.
You want to go find? I can't remember his name.
Yeah, sure.
I wish I could, because he's actually a very interesting character. You know that he is apparently on his way to potentially get his mastery tattoos. So he's probably one of the best airbenders in the compound.
This is going to be like your master's exam, buddy. So you better do it right.
You rush off. As you do, you begin to look around anywhere that you can find for this man's. As you do, you are able to find that there is several areas that are seemingly causing stirs in people. As I would like for Jin and Akira, I'd like for the 2 of you to roll me for your instincts, please, because you got, or not instincts, or insight, please, because you guys would both be in your bed, basically in the quiet, and you're now there's a melee happening and a maelstrom happening, so the 2 of you might actually hear something.
I got a 15 total.
What about you, Akira?
If you don't know, you're muted, David.
There we go.
You want to roll me for your insight, my boy? See if you
Yeah,
can
sure.
see if you can hear this maelstrom happening.
Yeah, sure. Sorry about that. Let's. I'm rolling insight.
Luckily, this isn't Ichibe's room. He's gonna get a new room the next day, so like I can destroy this room if I want to. Hey, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Both of you
I
guys,
know.
kind of sit up in your beds. It was not a humongously hard roll. Both of you guys sit up in your beds as you guys hear things going on. Akira, you still had a bit of time with your eyes today. Only a couple of seconds though, so you immediately like open your eyes up and you see some spiritual shit happening in the room opposite you, and you're like, "Oh fuck!" and you kind of stand up. And Jin, you hear things happening, and then you look outside to see Ichibe rushing over to the room opposite of you, which is the room with a guy who I can't remember his name.
Oh, fuck's sake.
As this happens, Ichibe, you just open the door.
Yeah.
You slam your way in. As you do, you find that I can't remember his name is currently meditating off to the center of the room with the unconscious Beishi, the one that has not woken up over in the bed off to the side. As you barge into the room, you see that he is as he is meditating. He looks up to you. Is there anything wrong? Anything I could do?
Your work is required.
It seems serious. He goes to stand up. Jin, you look you see Ichibe. You see Ichibe freaking shaking down this boy. I'm kidding.
You assume Jin didn't jump out of bed immediately.
What is it you need?
You'll come with me and perform your airbending around my area in my room.
Sure, of course.
The fuck is going on?
Sorry, what did Jin say?
The fuck
What
is going on?
is going on?
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that. Millie was given a choice to unlock her past, and she took it. Now there's an internal conflict between spirits.
Oh, for fuck's sake, that's stupid. Where? Your room, right?
As the three of you start rushing off back toward Ichibe's room, Akira, you see this happening. Again, you saw through your special eyes. As you rush out and you see Meili is apparently surrounded by this dark wind and just sort of levitating in the center of this room.
And I'm assuming there's nothing I can do about it.
You see what's going on. If you want to attempt anything, you can. But you did note that Ichibe had ran out previous to get any sort of help.
Ichibe's big, strong man doesn't run away from nobody. It must be sirs.
Ichibei, the biggest Texan I know.
The biggest Texan I know.
I mean, we all know ninjas are Texans. So.
We all know ninjas all originated from Texas.
Okay, I had to put some food to reheat because I'm so hungry. What I missed?
I accused Ichibe of being a Texan.
Do you want
ninjas are from Texas?
Do you want to wait for the others to show up, or do you want to try anything right now?
Oh, what could I try?
Are you back, Ichibe?
I mean, the real question is, what can I try?
That's up
so
to you.
I guess. I can't think of anything right now, so I guess I'll wait.
All right, you wait for a moment. As about 30 seconds pass, you see that 3 people come rushing into your room, led by Ichibe.
I hear more footsteps.
You can't hear shit right now. There is a maelstrom of wind happening around you. As Jin, you come in again, you see the same kind of sight of this dark wind mixed with traces of blood encircling Meili, who is currently wearing the mask of the face stealer.
Oh God!
Are you fucking serious?
What should I do?
Oh, hi, Jin!
I need you to work against the winds. Bring it down.
He brings his hands up. He looks over and notices Akira. My specialty of airbending is working with temperature. Do you think you can make it a lot hotter in here?
That I can do. I guess I'll use salamander. I guess.
You gonna go for some salamander breath, or where is it at? Salamander, yeah, salamander breath.
Oh, I thought it was just. I didn't know it was called salamander breath. I thought it was just called salamander, where I just heat up a room just by being in there.
You could definitely go for it. Go ahead and give me an element check as you bring your I'll say at this point that you probably have like your glaive on you. You're like, oh man, I need to bring something. You bring your glaive around. You start like moving it around. As you do, you start radiating heat. Roll me that element. Roll me twice because you have a fleeting.
All right.
Also, his name is like Lon or something. I don't know how
Thank
to spell
you.
it.
15 plus 5 equals unnatural 20, but all right.
And there's a natural 20.
Oh! Hell yeah.
As you start helping Lon, probably. I should just go look it up, but I think it's funny. As you start helping Lon heat up the room, you radiate heat from yourself from all over. As you guys note that Akira is seeing this happening to his friend, he is like, no, you want heat? I'll show you fucking heat. And the entire room just starts going crazy powerfully, like you're inside of a furnace.
Oh God, what's going on?
As that's happening, you see that Lon begins to start moving the air around, as he is gonna have advantage on this because holy shit. I will give him 2 because of that nat 20. So he is gonna roll 3 dice.
Training worked out for me. Look at that.
First roll, 9. Second roll, that's a 12. That's pretty good. And a third roll. All right, we'll go with the 12 plus his 4. That is going to be a 16. He begins to use the superheated air around, as you note that the air in front of her begins to slightly part. You see that the bits of blood that were going through the dark winds over there seems to somewhat become too heavy for whatever the pressure is over there, and drops into like a circle on the ground from where she was at. As that happens, it still seems rather strong, but it is not unmanageable to potentially get through. Jin and Ichibe, do you guys want to try anything? As Akira is heating up the room and the other one is trying to get stuff?
Pull the mask off or what? How do we stop this?
I don't really know. What is his Ko figured his shit out yet, or am I gonna have to remove the mask?
Do you want to ask Ko?
Are you about done, Ko?
I was done with what I was doing a long time ago. This is all her doing. If you would like, you should remove her from the maelstrom. It should hopefully die down then. Removing
And
my
I will be
mask
removing
would be...
you from Mei Li, and removing Mei Li from this room.
Removing my mask would be problematic immediately, but if you see it fit, then go ahead, partner.
Well, look, it's the consequence of my own actions.
Okay.
He says remove her from the maelstrom if you can. If you want to remove the mask, you can as well.
I'll just remove her from the maelstrom then.
You start making your way through. Are you doing anything, Jin?
Of course, Jin is.
I would like the both of you to roll me for your physique, please.
Yeah, all right. Nat 20.
And Ichibe? Is a 15 altogether. As that happens, you see that, again, like an earthbender, like a stalwart freaking earthbender, seeing his daughter in front of him, you see that that Jin brings out his arm and begins to try to fight against the winds. You guys all note that even though he only has the one arm, you do see him posed as if he's using two. And Jin, as you look at it, again, just like you had done whenever you first had donned your new outfit, you almost can feel yourself using two hands on this area here. As you put your hands out and you just stretch outward, you see a visible shift in the dark wind in front of you. As Ichibe, as you see this visible shift in front, you dash inwards and you grab Mei Li and you dive out with the two of you.
There we go.
As that happens, Jin, you hold that on for a moment. As you're looking in, Jin, you see something familiar. You see the presence of some sort of a creature inside. This creature seems very transparent, seems very angry, and from what you can tell is very much in pain. You see
Yeah, that tracks.
Huh.
You feel that they're probably about to be dispersed by whatever is happening here.
It sounds to me like they didn't. Sorry.
I'm in there's like a very loud roaring maelstrom, right?
Yep.
Jin sees the Night Mother here. I don't know. He looks at, I guess, I suppose, dead in the eye, if that's even possible.
You could.
Yeah.
You can see a look of content across her face as you're looking dead in the eye.
Huh. I think I'm the only one left, huh? And he's gonna back out of the maelstrom.
As you back away, you see just a look of absolute rage go across her face, as the last thing you see upon stepping out is you see bits of this spirit looking as if they are beginning to tear into shreds from the strength of whatever this maelstrom is doing. As they yell out, you're not sure if this was the actual spirit or if this was just a piece of her or whatever was happening. The last thing you do see before the maelstrom closes and seemingly disperses, and you would be the only one who would see this because you were the only one who actually was right there. You see just this visage of the Night Mother. Right as she says something out loud, she screams something over towards you, but you can't hear it. Right as that happens, you see them torn to absolute shreds. As the maelstrom dies out, leaving only that kind of circular bit of blood and somewhat like disheveled area around. As Mei Li, you're out. That was painful. Things happened. Mei Li, everything seems fine. You're perfectly fine. Everything's fine. Ichibe.
Yeah.
So Mei Li seems a lot lighter than normal.
Oh no.
Oh, she ate now? You're not joking.
Do I feel absolutely fantastic? Who is this man? I don't know.
No, you know him.
Oh man, okay, that sucked way more than I thought it would. Holy moly, Ichibe. What happened? Wow.
You guys
I
hear
feel
Mei
like-
Li, but you hear it in a slightly almost younger sort of tone from her.
Wow, what an adventure. I don't know what just happened, but that was really, really, ow, that was painful, but now I'm actually really glad it's over, but I still haven't learned a thing.
Akira, with your eyes, with your special eyes, you look over and you see a tiny ass Mei Li.
Apology today?
Fuck you, I don't believe that.
He just goes to bed. He just fucking leaves.
It would appear that you have
You got bigger.
reverted back to your previous face.
Something wrong on my face?
Looks
This
down.
was
Gotten
one of the
smaller.
this was one of the results, as I mentioned before.
How is it that we can help exercise this result back to its original form?
No, wait a minute. I found the Fountain of Youth.
No,
I can-
you undo this.
Oh.
What you
This
see
isn't a
in
fountain of youth. What the fuck did you do?
what
Can
you
I at
see
least
in
freak out
front of
Duncan
you,
first?
what you
Oh.
see in front of you. By the way, you guys hear them talking with the mask, but I don't think Akira or Jen has touched the mask, so they can't hear shit.
Ah,
Touch the mask. I know that.
You
touch it.
what you see
Oh, I
in front
definitely
of
haven't
you
touched it.
is
Yeah, do
the
that.
what you did you say you touched it, Akira?
No, I
you
said,
touched-
I definitely haven't touched it.
Okay.
Oh no, he hasn't.
I'm sorry.
What you see in front of you is the visage that is going to aid you in retaining what you had lost. You now have whatever it was that they had taken from you. Once you fully understand yourself, you should find yourself able to revert back when you wish. Your old face, it is safe with me.
Huh. I don't feel like I got anything.
Implies that there is some sort of trial to overcome, but I do
Okay.
not understand.
Oh, okay, well.
You do not
You got
believe
some-
you
you
have
got fucking
retained
jar.
anything. I will tell you
I don't.
now. I did not create that maelstrom. That was you. That was the remnants of whatever had happened just before you lost your memories, the emotions you had felt.
You mean to say that Mei Li's sacrifice might have been towards the great Night Mother?
That I cannot tell you. I do not know
Well,
of
she's
this Night
definitely-
Mother at all. But
She's
what I can
definitely
tell
in that
you,
maelstrom.
what I can tell you,
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry. I'm
Well,
sorry,
you
I
ha-
didn't know that.
no, you wouldn't have seen it anyway. You're fine.
No, I wouldn't have seen it. I shouldn't have said it out loud. I shouldn't have said it out loud because I never saw that visage. Oh wait, no, but I know that the winds are from the Night Mother because it was black winds. I don't. Okay, yeah. You know what? Let's say that I didn't completely fuck that up.
Okay,
and
cool.
that actually works.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Whatever that was done, I cannot tell you who it originated from or why it happened. That is something that it is your duty to find out, while you now obtain the power that you had lost. What I can tell among you is that whatever this is, it was taken from you by a certain someone, as well as your memories. Your old mask has been returned to you. I will keep the one that you had previous safe until you can reclaim it yourself. And the shadow of that mask will live inside of me.
Forever.
So until I pass whatever trial that no one wants to give me any hints on, I am now forever jailbait.
His
This is
hint
not-
was.
This is not a trial. This is exactly what you had asked for.
Oh no. Okay. I get what you mean.
Yeah.
So Jen, they just had a conversation without you. Like, just like, what the fuck are you talking to?
Well, I'm glad we're all on the same page.
I'm kind of on the same page, but I'm also kind of not.
This mask allows
This is
communication.
according to the mask, this is apparently what I wanted.
Was it?
What the mask was saying is that it gives you the opportunity to now further your goal. This is the start of what you want. You must reach the end now.
Okay.
And basically the end is getting the information you seek, using the powers that you now have because you've been reverted, and then figuring that out.
Yeah.
So that stands to reason. No, that stands to ask, what type of fucking powers do you have now?
That's a good question. Do you want to try any sort of airbending or anything, Melee?
Don't do it in here.
The
Do
room's
it
already
tomorrow,
destroyed.
maybe.
Fuck this room.
I have no idea what's going on, and I'm gonna go back to bed now.
Righty, Kira. Sorry for waking you out. Were you asleep?
Yes,
Oh, I'm sorry.
it's fine.
Bye.
Just
Yes.
don't do that again. Not now.
It's fine. Just
I
don't
didn't think
fucking
it'd
have.
I didn't think it'd be so much trouble. I'm sorry.
It
You
was
weren't.
no problem. Glad to be of help. I'm gonna get. I don't understand anything either.
Okay, so now I am.
I believe she is what everyone calls a short stack now.
Oh fuck.
Okay, so now.
I'm like looking down, and do I just have the body of a child?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait,
so-
what is that? What happened, fuck?
Yeah, I fucking
Yeah.
age reverted.
We don't have a picture of 8-year-old Mei Li ready, guys.
Yeah,
You
guys.
gotta use your imagination.
Fucking imagine, man.
Everything
I'm
was
wa-
going
I'm
as
wa-
round
this
so much.
dress-
I couldn't
This
tell.
dress is very inappropriate for my age.
Well then.
You would note that yes, you have to basically hold up a lot of your outfit
Yeah,
right now.
she's like holding up the dress.
Well then. This was an unexpected twist, I will say. I mean, your room's already kind of fucked already, Ichibe. And if I do go out, because I might not be able to control what I just unlocked, apparently that was within myself the whole time, I don't know where all of this clothing is going to go. It's very loose and revealing. So I have no choice but to do it here.
She starts doing airbending.
As you begin to airbend, without doing anything special at all, you would note, Mei Li, any air that you create are the black winds.
Okay?
Any kind of air that you would make from yourself are completely darkened, in that same kind of almost solid like wind that you had created with the brooch.
Okay. I can just do that on command now.
Huh. That's neat.
To be fair, I had never used the perk that the Night Mother gave me. I just never really found an opportunity in which I thought that this would be opportune. But now I can just do it.
You'd have
That's
other things as well. I'm gonna be giving you a new card with it. It is a specialization instead of just one ability.
Oh yay!
Oh, I'm very happy for you, I think.
You think?
What the fuck is that? What am I looking at right now?
This is what I looked like. Well, around the time I lost my memories and was taken by the Avatar to live with Baba. This is a little bit embarrassing in some way. It's kind of like someone seeing your baby portraits.
As you guys see them moving around, Melee, you have those big gloves on, right?
Yeah, the bridal gauntlets.
Okay, so never mind. Don't worry about it.
Nom,
I
nom, nom.
almost forgot you had humongous gloves on.
Yeah.
Can those gloves even stay on her while she's waving her hands around?
Big floppy hand.
Roll me for reflex.
They fly off like.
By the way,
fucking
Melee,
socks.
Mm-hmm.
we are going to be doing something here really quick. If you go over to your stats really quick,
Yeah, I'm here.
we are going to be changing your stats up really quickly.
I can't wait to lose all my allure.
Allure is technically still a stat that can help you with like animals and things like that, so I don't see that as completely tied to your attractiveness, more as your appeal.
I'm just really fucking cute.
So
Oh no, I dropped potato!
you are going to lose a lot of physique, however.
Well, yes, I'm an actual child.
You are going to be losing 2 physique, and you're going to be gaining 2 reflex.
Oh yay.
Become more agile.
As well,
Because I'm a slithery little shit.
as well, you currently, I will let you gain back a third of the HP that you lost. Your max HP currently is 9. However, with that minus in physique, your max HP currently is 8.
Okay.
There you go. That's the extent of your changes as of right. Oh wait, no, one more. I almost forgot. You have
So
one
just
more.
to
You have
have
one more
the
element.
records. So just to have the record straight, Melee is now an 8-year-old, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Around
Okay.
the age of between like 7 and 9, somewhere around there.
Yes.
Oh boy, I hope you're gonna get used to this. Jesus.
Holy shit, we need to find a way to fix this.
Yeah.
As Melee, go ahead and roll me for your reflex to see if you kept those gloves on while you were flailing around airbending. That is an 8. They did not fly off. An 8 is not bad. They did not fly off. You are able to somewhat keep them on you. Would you like to try to return to your room now that you have completely destroyed this room and everything? You guys would note again, as the black winds were made, they do seem to linger very slightly before disappearing, just like the black winds you guys have remembered from before.
There's just that thing of like Melee just stands there as she saw what shit just happened.
Well, I think we should go to bed and really look over the situation tomorrow. I will see you all in the morrow. This is gonna be interesting.
Here's the thing. I'm imagining her now being so short and that dress having been so long, it like passes her feet.
Yeah, 100%.
And
You're
then
like
she's just
dragging
well,
it, like dragging it on the floor as you're
I
walking.
know. She's like, well, I shall retire to my. And as she takes a couple steps, she steps on the dress and just plops on her face.
I imagine it's like a child wearing like a wedding dress.
It's like a kid wearing her mom's dress.
Yeah.
Come on, damn it.
Uh-oh.
This stupid
Akira's gonna think this is a dream, so he's gonna be like, he's gonna wake up and he's like, oh, this is real.
This
You
is
just
different.
can't go a day, can you?
As like you
I
step
realize-
out, it's like, no, this is weird, huh? And you're like, no, this is just a dream. I'll wake up in the morning. And you step inside as Lon's just like, yeah, okay.
This is an interesting development, and I'm really sorry.
Hey, you'll be okay.
God, I hope so. I didn't think I would go the rest of my life being a child bride.
Whatever you have to go through, I'll see to it, then we get it done.
She's just like there while like Jin has her held like a log.
Let's talk about it in the morning.
We'll figure it out together.
Yeah. Well, we'll figure something out, all right.
Hurry up, Fade.
I
I will
will-
keep your
Yeah.
I will keep your face safe for you.
Well, at least I know where it is.
I will talk to Mother about acquiring clothes that would better suit you.
This is unbelievable.
Jin's just like, I'm fucking getting too old for this shit.
I didn't know Mother was Phantom. Phantom, I'm gonna need something from you pretty soon. Anyway, so
Oh.
I don't want to babysit.
You got like 2 or 3 weeks. Spoiler alert. So no rush.
As Jin, you want to log carry Melee over to their room?
I think Jake would just carry her like a law. But yeah, just carry her to her fucking room.
At this point, Melee, you get deposited into your room. Ichibe and Jin come with you to make sure there's nothing like that is really gonna be too hard for you to do or anything like that. But you're fine. You're good.
I'm 8, not 3.
Exactly. You're good. You're good.
I can reach
Same
the doorknob.
Same thing.
I can read the doorknob.
As they drop you off in their room, is there anything the three of you'd like to say to each other before you guys split off?
That's basically what I told her when
Okay.
she was getting carried off, was what I was gonna say to her as an end thing. So if we want
Okay.
to say that at the end instead, then that's fine by me.
Definitely. Jin?
Man, Baba's gonna be real happy when we go back to bossing and say, I can't wait.
I already know what she's gonna say. What did you get yourself into this time, Melee? And I'm gonna look down on the ground and say, I don't want to talk about it.
And then
don't
she'll be
know
like,
why.
fair, and never bring it up again. I'm
asked-
kidding.
I asked Ko the Face Stealer if they could bring back my face from a million years ago, and he took it literally.
I don't-
I'm not
I
talking
don't-
you in. Good night.
Oh, cool.
I don't know
Okay.
why.
You deserve
For
that.
some reason,
Oh.
I expect the
Oh, I thought you
Friends theme to be
insist.
playing right now.
Dun, 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 dun.
Can she even get up? No, she's 8 years old. She can get up into bed.
Yeah,
Like,
she's
what
fine.
the- Yeah, like the
Melee.
fuck?
Melee.
Yes.
As you make your way over to bed, and again, these clothes are extremely freaking weird and awkward. You do eventually take off the gloves that are on you, and I will
Yeah.
allow you to say this if you'd like to or not. But you notice that there is a symbol of something on your hand.
Yeah.
You see what appears to be a circular black ring on the back of your hand.
Rub, 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 rub. Rub, 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 rub. Lick. Rub, 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 rub.
Oh, that's in there.
You remember
Uh,
seeing this kind of a branded looking black ring mark before, as you rub it and you rub it and you cannot get it off.
Oh, that's really in there. Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna learn things. This is what I wanted. It'll be fine. And then I'll be sexy again. Nothing but benefit. This is not a consequence of my own actions. God damn it.
She's just gonna lay down. She's gonna just like take off the dress and just be in her underwear and go to bed.
As you lay down, the only last thing you feel as you lay down, as you go to close your eyes, you don't remember ever feeling it before, but now that it's not there, it is very noticeable. You feel that a great presence seems to have be absent from you. As you lay there and you kind of like look up at the ceiling, before again you never really felt it, but now that it's not there, you no longer feel as if something is over you or something is like around you. You no longer feel the great presence of the Kurao.
Oh no. I mean, he's not.
He doesn't want to be called a pedophile.
Like, oh fuck, bail.
he got out of that
He hit the
Discord chat
emergency
immediately.
exit. They gonna say I'm inside a child.
He hit emergency exit real fucking quick.
I'll, damn, dude.
It says on here you're
I'm,
21.
Keep go.
That's just that thing of just like she like thinks about it and then it's just like,
Oh. Well, that's different. I don't know if I like that. Okay, yeah, I don't like that.
it feels lonely. She's gonna bundle up in blankets and try to go to sleep.
Oh.
As you rest through the night, guys.
Um,
What a great beginning to this game that lasted almost.
Yeah,
3
right?
hours.
my
It's a
room
magical day.
is my room is mad fucked.
Your room is mad fucked, yes.
I guess I'm gonna see if Ryan's okay with me sleeping on her floor. And maybe the bed.
You told your mother you wouldn't do anything weird.
I wasn't going to. Hugging is different from fucking.
You would find Ryan's room, and then the room is much big. It's very big enough for any sort of guest or anything there.
They're okay with it.
They're completely okay with it. As you lay down and you know you're like, all right, nothing weird is going to happen. I'm gonna lay here, and you see that every now and then as you're like laying down, you feel like rubbing on your shoulders, and you see just like looking over, and you see like a smile from her.
Yeah.
You see like you're like, okay, she's just being nice. All right, you turn around, you feel the hands go from your shoulders down to like your waist, and she's like looking to you. Smiling.
I found out my dad died today, and
You
that
can
I
tell
was
her-
actually a sacrifice.
You can tell her whatever, man.
Your friend was just turned into fucking pedo bait.
I don't think this is the right time.
Yeah, if you tell her that you are not going to do anything like that, she will not do anything like that. But she is looking at you just like, hey, what's up? You seem stressed out. But yeah, if you want to just lay there, that's perfectly fine. She will go to laying with you as well. What's up?
I've had a very long day today. I did not realize that one of my parents had passed while I was away.
You went through quite a lot today. Far more than anyone had really expected of you to come back here. We expected that you would find some sort of resistance, obviously. You've been gone for almost 2 years, right?
You're right.
You have plenty of time to get used to this new reality, though I am very sorry that you have to.
It's okay. Sooner or later, lines of work like this eventually lead to a path that people don't really like to travel.
Sorry if I'm making you uncomfortable. We've just been on those bison for so long. I was just offering. We can cuddle instead.
I wouldn't mind it.
If you need anything, I'm right here.
Thank you.
An ox bursts in. I'm here too. No, I'm playing.
She told me to learn how to master stealth. You didn't notice me here the whole time.
He just has like a lampshade on his head.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay with being held while I fucking I take a night to fucking die inside.
Especially, now that you're like, oh man, I have a sister. Oh, she's not my sister by blood. I knew that all along. Oh, now she's tiny.
Good thing Mom said she was getting me a new room.
As everyone goes to wake up, I will say that the ones who will wake up a lot sooner than everybody else are the ones that don't really need rest as much as other people. In fact, Mei Li, you are the first person to wake up, even though you had that traumatic experience last night.
You feel like $1,000,000.
Not that you feel like $1,000,000. It's just, you know, whenever I was a kid, I fucking woke up at 6 a.m. every single day, even if I went to bed at 5.
Yeah, when I was 7, I remember waking up at like 6
I
in the
hated
morning.
waking up when I was younger.
I remember waking up hours before school so that I could play games and then eat breakfast and go to
I
school.
could never fucking wake up for school.
Mei Li, it feels as if as you're laying there, especially with that lonely feeling you had the night before, you look outside, you see that it is day outside, you are not able to go back to sleep. You just feel energized enough and you don't want to be by yourself anymore. Especially with that kind of, again, that kind of lonely feeling you said you hated that night.
This sucks.
She's gonna get out of bed. And then she just like looks at herself,
Oh.
grabs the blanket, wraps it around herself, takes her ribbons off, impromptu dress. Kind of like that freaking Little Mermaid curtain that she had around herself.
Use the ribbons as a waist tie.
That's what she's doing. Just tying the ribbons together, making just again when freaking Ariel first gets out of the water and she gets that weird rag shit, she just does that with the blanket.
As you guys are, as you do that,
Like
you kind of get
barefoot.
yourself ready. You start walking out. Because you guys had a bit of an encounter last night. Instead of you guys waking up immediately, as you're walking by with your curtain dress, you see stepping out from one of them from one of the rooms. You see Luca.
It's gonna be great. She just passes right by like it's nothing. Morning, Luca.
Luca, you're tired.
You just see this little barefoot Mei Li in a fucking blanket dress.
Wait, who are you? Wait.
Jimmy Manley.
Huh?
Morning, Luca. It's me.
Wait. Couches down. Wait.
Coming out from the room opposite.
Mei Li?
Grabs
What?
ears.
Bruce steps
Correct.
out. Hola.
Huh?
Wait, bro. Here, your ears feel a lot bigger with my tiny hands.
Why are you tiny?
It's a lot to explain, and I kind of don't want to talk about it right now, but can you just, like, hug me?
Okay.
Thank you.
She's just gonna grab Luca.
Okay,
Pick me up. Can you pick me up
I'm
too?
gonna pick her
Up,
up
up.
then.
Up, up. Up.
Okay, I'll give you up.
Up, up.
She's just gonna hug Luca like a little sister hugs her big brother.
Okay, I'm gonna hold
In
her.
order to
God.
give us some kind of shift in things, I'm gonna say that the curtains were blue.
Yeah, let's use this.
just to make sure there's this, just to give a differentiation of things.
Yeah.
Rue, you come out and you see Minnie Lee.
Mei Li.
Does Mei Li have a younger sister?
Yeah, her name is her name. There's Maylee, and then there's Mealy. I'm Maylee. Me.
Me.
Nice to meet you.
It's me.
Okay, so are you younger sister or are you?
I'm 8.
So where is Mei Li?
Hi. Hi.
No. Okay,
I-
so you're Mei Li.
Yeah, that was a joke. No,
Okay.
I'm Maylee. I'm Maylee. I'm just 8 now.
I'm just 8 now.
Another
Yeah.
door opens.
Yuki, I don't know what to do. I don't
Yuki
know what
steps-
happened.
Yuki steps out, rubbing her eyes, looks to you guys, gives waves, looks at Chald in hand, gives pet on Chald, double
Morning,
takes on
Yuki.
Chald,
Morning, Yuki.
leans in, looks at Chald,
It's me, it's me. Yeah, okay.
sniffs at Chald,
Yuki, it's me, Maylee.
takes,
Oh, okay.
spins.
Please be careful with her.
So this isn't normal, right? This isn't
No, it's not normal at all. Ah!
It's not normal. Okay, I'm okay. I'm sorry. I'm gonna take her back now.
Yuki has always wanted a child.
You see, you take Mei from Yuki. Yuki pouts.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Also, this is probably how Kometu feels. This is fun. I kind of like this. It feels warming. You're really warm, Luca.
Give Yuki back her
Right.
child.
I have claimed it as mine. I'm gonna have the Oda P on it.
This is mine and Manoa's child. How dare
God,
you?
no.
So I know that it's a lot to explain. Long story short, I put on Ichibe's mask because
Of course.
yeah, well, you know, everyone's got, you know, internal things and then they want to figure out, and sometimes you have to put on a mask that's called the face stealer to
Mhm.
figure it out. And then I didn't think it'd make me 8. Duncan's gonna flip when he sees Rue. Duncan and I had sex. This is gonna be hilarious when he sees.
I don't know. You're a child now. Please.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that doesn't mean my brain's 8.
Oh my god, don't start! Shut up!
Okay.
Don't start!
I know,
this
but there's just a
I'm gonna end the
weird
stream.
image.
I'm gonna
of
fucking end the
hearing
stream.
you say that with that body. So please try.
Okay, I won't say the word sex again.
I'm gonna fucking break the stream. I'm gonna report Summer's network.
It'll be good, but I'm just saying, Rue, it'd be hilarious, don't you think?
No.
No? You don't think he's gonna flip out when he sees that I'm 8 now?
He's gonna flip out. Maybe.
He's
Maybe.
gonna flip out.
I think that's
Maybe he'll
hilarious.
just go, "This is weird." I don't know.
Okay, maybe
We
he
get
will be
that a
boring.
lot.
Okay, that's, you know, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, maybe I'm just the one with the weird sense of humor.
Ow.
I'm surprised
Can
you guys are
you
really
explain what happened precisely?
Okay, so
Like,
so
Uh-huh.
Ichibe took me to his room.
Uh-huh.
I was just as confused.
Uh-huh.
And then he told me stuff involving the Avatar and how we might have been related, but it turns out we're not really related, and that's a little bit of a disappointment, but you know, it's fine.
Okay.
And I mentioned how I still kind of wonder about my memories. You know, those the ones I don't have. Those. So, No said that he could help me. Ko said that he could help me. There are several ways to do it. There was the fast way, and then there was the long way. And I'm just so impatient. So I was like, well, what's the worst that can happen? So I put it on. I'm surprised you guys didn't hear all the crashing and screaming. There was a lot of that last night. But air and wind everywhere. And they pulled me out. I bled a bit, but I think I feel fine right now. And
I'm gonna check her over real quick when she says that. she
fine. Careful, this is just a blanket. None of my clothes fit.
Oh, okay. We're going to need to get you some of those, I guess.
That's gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
So I put on the mask. Maelstrom happened. Really black windy stuff, which now I can do just anytime I want now, which is really weird because you had to like call upon the Night Mother or something like that. I don't know, I never used it. But and then what happened next? They pulled me out. Akira and Lao, I think his name was Lao, the manservant, he helped.
Yeah.
They got me out. And then I noticed that Ichibe was taller, but it wasn't that Ichibe got taller, it's that I got smaller. And then I looked down and my magnificent breasts were gone. Along with every dynamic and entrancing curve of my body. But that's okay, because I can get it back. I just have to
so
figure
it is
out.
still you, at least.
Yeah, I'm still me. I'm still mentally me. I still retain all of my memories. I just don't know the ones. I just don't have the ones that I want yet. But we're gonna work on that. And
how
anyway,
does this help?
I don't know. That's the fun part. And by the fun part, this is
Are you wearing anything to cover your hands?
Oh yeah.
Shows the back of her hand.
I can't get this off. This is
Oh
concerning.
no.
It's a black ring on the back of my
Is
head.
that
It's a black ring. I can't get it off. I never had this as far as I know. But now I have it and I can't get it off. And this is apparently the me before I lost my memories. I still don't have them yet. But this was on me at some point and I can't get it off. I even licked it and everything. I might need to wash my hands before we eat breakfast. But will not come off. A little bit concerning. And I cannot feel the karao anymore. Something has broken our bond.
right? Oh
So
no.
this also means that I'm single.
That helps right now.
I wasn't thinking that.
You see Yuki clap her
Yeah.
hands like
No.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Well,
Okay,
we need to get something
um,
to cover the hand.
yeah.
I mean, a little bit of makeup, some rouge. We can probably cover it up with something, but like, I can't get it off.
Okay. Okay. Do the others know? Well, they were there. We should get the others.
Mhm.
I mean, if they're as awake as early as we are, again, I'm surprised you guys are up so early.
Yeah, we will
I was
both.
just gonna go to the kitchen and get some food.
Mm.
You know where the kitchen is?
No, but I have a craving for
Okay.
something very, very sweet and high in sugar and milk.
Okay.
I would like
For
some
now,
high
let's
C,
see if we
please.
can. We can get you some clothes
I would like some Cocoa Puffs.
No.
and some food.
Mhm.
Uh,
Hug Luca.
okay. Do you want to walk or do you want
No,
me?
no, I
carry
like
you?
this. I like
Like
Okay.
this?
sleeping was
Yeah,
very.
okay.
It's really
Okay.
weird because like I never knew that I felt the karao so much until my connection with him was broken. So sleeping last night was very lonely, and I really like this.
As you say that sleeping was very
Oh.
lonely, you see that Yuki like taps you and like points to herself like, if you were lonely.
Yeah, but no, I felt like I should at least sleep alone for the as to abide by the consequences of my actions.
Pouts.
I love
Aw.
you too, Yuki.
Okay, let's go get
So
you those
breakfast.
clothes and food and yeah.
Yay! Oh my god, I can act immature now, and I'd be like, I'm just a child. No one would know. But you know what? There's some benefits to this.
I'm right here.
Don't worry, Luke. I wouldn't use them on you.
Nuzzle, nuzzle.
You're like another. Oh wow, no, I'm not gonna call you brother. No, that's not. I'm not gonna ruin this.
I mean, I wouldn't mind being a brother, but okay.
As you guys make your way out into the main area, which we're using this one as that for right now, because it's basically the other one, only it's a lot smaller. As you would make your way off into the main area, you would see that the main area does seem to be somewhat used currently. There are a couple of people who are already up and about. As you see, standing in the main hall-like place. And you see there is a decent gathering of people over by where Nuon is. As Nuon seems to be up and about. You also notice that they are joined by not that person, they're dead. They're joined by a mama. They have apparently just gotten Nuon ready to begin her duties for the day. As Nuon is just kind of standing there like, But you guys come in at that point. As you guys come in, you see that the others kind of like look over and kind of wave you over. You see that there is food and other things over by where they are.
Breakfast found.
Okay. Are you okay with them knowing?
I mean, they're gonna have to know at some point.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, it's kind of. I mean, how are you gonna hide? How do you hide this? Oh, we're gonna
Yeah.
hide them.
Okay, let's
Your home.
go. let's
You guys want to make
Let's
your way
count
over?
that explanation.
Yep.
Yep.
That'd be great.
As the four of you head over, Luca, you holding a Goyle in your hands, and Yuki following after, putting hands out like, yeah.
Let me hold her.
You guys all approach as people seem to be eating and things like that, and Nuan seems to look over at you. You see that there are some bags under Nuan's eyes, as if she has not gotten a ton of sleep.
Oh, you look like shit.
As she looks over
Language.
toward
Language.
she
Mainly.
looks over toward Luca and then looks at Chald in hand.
Oh,
That's-
sorry.
that wasn't very nice. She
I'm
looks at
sorry.
you, Mei Li. You see a blinking. Steps closer.
Yeah. This is Mei Li Nuan.
Hi. Morning. You look like you didn't get much sleep.
Not really. No. What?
You're just really tired, Nuan.
Go back to bed, Nuan.
Something happened, and we'll explain.
You see her
Over
look.
food.
You see her look at Mei Li and then kind of turn her head and kind of give a same kind of quizzical expression, the same kind of expression she seemed to hold to Rue the day before, as she looks like, I've seen this before. I think.
I mean, you might not be tapped onto the you might not be tapped on. You might not be tapped to your most recent past life, but this is the form. This is how I looked when the Avatar saved me and took me. Hi, Duncan. How you doing?
Duncan,
Duncan
good
just
morning.
sort of like looks over Nuan's shoulder, staring at Mei Li.
Morning.
Wave.
No way.
What do you mean, no way?
There's
yes,
no way.
way.
Hi.
Yes,
Yep.
way.
That is hilarious.
You know what? I'll take that. I'll take this reaction because it really is hilarious.
He just like looks to you, looks to the others, just for my own sake. Mei Li doesn't
there
have
it
a
is.
little sister, right?
No.
No.
This is hilarious.
I know, right? I thought it was hilarious too until you realize the implications.
He looks as if he wants to pick up Mei Li as he reaches over toward Luca.
Up.
Do you allow it? Do you allow it, Luca? Or
I'll slap away his hand.
as you slap away his hand, he looks over like, oh, what?
Don't.
She just has a grin.
He gives a bit of a smirk,
Unhesitated,
but then
like-
you see him kind of look at Rue for a second, as if he's like, but then he just like kind of like looks over, he's like, I wasn't gonna do anything.
Mm-hmm.
You see Yuki just like, she looks at him and then points to Mei Li and then points to her. Like, if anyone picks up Mei Li, it's Yuki.
I'm just saying, if I have them going up for adoption, Yuki seems to have first dibs.
Nods.
I feel like Luca has first dibs, but that's besides the point.
Looks at Luca, narrows eyes.
Why do I have first dibs?
She just goes that little like dramatic
Luca, do you want me?
What? What are we?
I would not advise answering that question.
Yes, definitely don't. The answer.
Do you intend to stay like this?
No, absolutely not. At some point, want to return into my luscious, bodacious form.
What
Right
even,
now, though, I need to
What even is this?
fucking. What does it look like? I'm an 8-year-old.
More
No.
more spirit stuff then?
Yeah,
I would assume.
yeah. Look, if this was not this, if you think this is my way of spicing things up, Duncan, it really isn't.
Oh my god.
He looks to you as you say it that way. You see for a moment just a look of confusion, and then you just see again just a look of pure just hilarity go across his face, and he just turns around. Before, all right, break it up. What's going on?
Mommy.
Mm-mm.
What do you mean?
Not mine.
No,
Just like hands
this
reach
is
out for
Melee.
mommy.
You see her look at you. You see her look over toward Luke as you say it's Melee. She reaches out for Melee.
Oh, this is fun.
You see
No
her
wonder kids
eyes
love-
kind of like trail over to Rue as if daring.
Listen, I may be stupid, but I'm not that stupid.
Oh, this is fun. No wonder kids do this stuff. Wait.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, no, I trust her a little more. There you go.
Well, that's just not fair.
She can
Okay,
kill
listen,
me.
you found this funny. I was worried.
It's still extremely funny.
And that's why I didn't hand her over.
She picks you up, Melee. You see her stare at you, like she like has you held in front of her, like facing her.
Hi. So I don't normally look like this. I mean, you might not recognize me. I
Excuse
was
me,
that
but
luscious...
those are my curtains.
This is a blanket, ma'am.
Whichever one they are. They're definitely not
have
for
clo-
you.
Yeah, but I don't have
Come
clothes.
on.
Do you expect to have... Okay, thank you.
She just puts you under her under her arm and starts walking away.
Now we're going back to the log thing again. Okay. Bye.
You see her make her way to the main entrance and then leave.
Should we? No, okay. I think she's fine.
Well, that went well.
About the time she goes to the main entrance and leaves, is around the time that the rest of you would start to make your way out from your place. Ichibe, you would see your mother carrying a small girl underneath her arm and then walk outside the main doors.
Morning, big brother. Bye, big brother.
Oh, for God's sake.
I see that's already become a thing.
I have a black ring on my hand, Daddy. I don't know why it won't go away.
Jesus Christ. Fuck's sake.
You have what now?
She just raises her hand.
Oh, that's concerning. She keeps going.
She keeps you close and pulls out a fucking knife to cut off your hand.
The hand up. We don't need this anymore.
Jin, as you start to follow, she just looks back. Just getting her clothes. Be back soon.
Oh, Akira, here's your scroll, by the way. Throws it at him.
Man, this is fun. You become a kid and everyone wants to hold you and hug you and cuddle with you. This is great.
I don't know if the scroll has any heat. Akira might get hit in the fucking face with that.
This is kind of low key all I've ever wanted.
Akira, you get the scroll thrown to you. We'll say that he has his dragon eyes out right now, so he just catches it. Because he does like seeing things.
Fair.
He does like sight, as some people would.
Now everybody's seen small Melee. Now Ryan knows why I've been like, I had a rough day today.
So what exactly happened? That seemed familiar.
The spirit that I am currently partnered with had offered Melee a deal to see whether or not they could unlock their past.
Hello.
Unfortunately, this may mean literally, although he tends to believe that this will eventually lead her to a path that makes more sense for her.
What do we do then? Are we sure we should just keep a kid with us right now? Like hearing a kid from Nuon.
As I recall, Nuon, while you have matured physically, you haven't been in the outside world much longer.
Yeah, but I'm much older than her, probably. Look how big she was. I could have carried her.
We can't open this door. I told you.
Stop. Best not to tread upon this discussion much longer.
God, what the fuck are we gonna do with a kid in the group, right, guys?
As you say that. So what the fuck are we supposed to do now?
Well, judging by the fact she's reverted back to the time
Pack
that
more.
the Avatar had picked her up.
Duncan looks over. Pack more snacks.
Jesus Christ.
Aren't you funny today?
Yo, Duncan, give me my Cheerios!
I want my mini M&Ms and Reese's Pieces.
Is that an offer, Duncan? Do you want a babysitter until she grows into an 18-year-old again?
No.
Someone make sure they got my Lunchables.
Apparently, I'm not trustworthy enough.
You want to have some fucking
Not
Dunkaroos with that?
particularly trustworthy. Just you guys had a little something, and it's just kind of weird.
What do you mean? We don't have anything. What are you talking about?
She said you guys had sex.
I talked to
then yes, we
Laylee.
have.
What do we do now? Actually,
We had talked about it before, didn't we? We had plans to the Earthanation.
Nuwan, as you say that, kind of like looks away for a second.
I think now more than ever we need to reconsider our options since I'm not going to let. I don't think we can bring an 8-year-old into conflict.
I mean, she's only physically 8. She's still a capable bender, I assume.
Unless
It really
she
actually
would rather
depends.
not.
She may have
Oh.
excelled even further with her bending.
Unless she seems to be a detriment, I don't see a problem keeping her around.
Oh my god.
He's 8. She's this tall.
Try telling her
I
that.
mean,
Oh shit, that's why I was muted. Why are people ignoring me?
It's always, dude.
Always.
Always on,
Man, if I don't
honestly.
hear from you, I just gotta fucking say that you're muted. Oh my god.
I
I'm
was
sorry,
like getting
David.
frustrated. I was like, no, and then, well, no, I just saw that I was muted. I'm like, oh fuck me.
Say what Akira was gonna say then.
Yeah.
He's been saying he's been saying we grin and bear it and keep her with us. She hasn't changed mentally, and but I'd like to see what she could do with her bending. If she can still bend, she is more than capable. In fact, it could be
If
to
she
our
can bend,
advantage.
she can ascend.
In
Unless
fact,
it
it
has
could be to our
anything,
advantage.
unless it has anything that is too detrimental as a side effect to her, then I believe that it shouldn't be that big of a deal. However, we could always ask her and see how she feels. Though I can tell you right now what she'll say.
She'll come with.
I doubt she'd want to be away from any of you.
I don't blame her. I said we'd figure it out together. I will take responsibility.
Man, it got quiet after I said that.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
but the dissonance is just a little off for me right now. I get a little protective.
Is this is there a time limit to that? Like what's the thing? What does she need to do?
I only did catch half the conversation.
Yeah, I'm almost regretting not touching that stupid mask.
Speaking of which,
Can
only
I-
to those of you who can hear, which is currently Nuwan, Luca, Ichibe, and I think that's it. You
Yeah.
guys hear, there is no time limit, though if you do wish to get her to complete her task, taking her to places where she can gain back her memories would be ideal, such as the walled city or to the temple to the east.
He says it's best to take her to places she was prior. We were intending to take her back to her Baba anyways, so it would be a good place to start. I actually have a lot of information now that I've talked with Mom a little bit more. More about me and more about Mei Li. That's what kind of started the whole conversation about trying to get her memories back.
It's a lot to talk about, though, so I should probably just blah it.
If you'd like to blah it, we can also have that be
Yeah.
during the transition of Mei Li going off and getting certain things done. Because Mei Li, as you were brought over
Yes.
to the main part of the household, and you see her bring you over toward the same area where you see the large picture of Ichibe's father sitting there in the urn with the ashes and everything. You see her sit you down, and as soon as she does, you do see that she looks down to you, and she goes, "Can I see your hand?"
You're not gonna like lop it off or anything, right?
Probably not.
Okay, here you go.
He's small.
She looks to it, and then she seems to give a bit of a frown. That's it, all right.
Ichibe said something about you potentially knowing a little bit about who I am.
I don't know a lot, as I told him. But whenever he told me where you were from and your circumstances, it clicked into place who you might be. I believe there's only a couple of people who you could be. Either it would be you or the one who owns the bison, right?
Well, Tikal is the one that
And
raises the
And you were the
bison.
one who was brought into the walled city. So I believe it has to be you. I believe you are one of the ones that, well, can be called the Avatar's child. As she makes her way over and begins like looking through like different like dresser drawers and things like that. It seems to have just been kind of placed in here into this room. Like as she opens them up, you see there's all kinds of different clothes. A lot of them looking very, very different, differing colors, differing things. Just in case we want to put you in whatever the fuck we want. Anyway.
Oh my god.
I mean, in a way, I am. I was given his name. Well, he gave me my name. Unless it already was my name. He just said that my name is now Mei-Li Yu. But again, I don't know if Mei-Li is actually my name or if it's just the name he chose to give me because it sounded nice at the time. And all I know from what Tikal said is that I looked like a girl that was going to be sacrificed.
I could see that being a problem. Perhaps that event itself was why you were taken away from where you were. Perhaps that is what led to the destruction of the air temple. As she's going through more of the different things, just kind of pulling out random things.
And like the whole genocide of the airbenders?
They must have done something that he didn't like. If you are one of his children, then you were you were done for the same purpose as Ichibe. Which I still have no idea what that is, but that mark on your hand proves it.
Well,
You
we're
were
not
touched
related
by a
by
black
blood.
ring.
Oh. I was gonna say, well, you know, his mask, his demony mask said we're not related by blood, so.
Interesting. I don't know anything about blood ties or anything like that. I don't know if you're actually his daughter or not. I don't know if there is anything of the sort, but perhaps that means you don't have to be for him to mark you.
Did you ever... Ichibe said you kind of traveled with the Avatar, right?
Offhandedly, I wasn't a part of his central group, but my husband was.
And did you ever see an airbender lady?
An airbender lady?
Yeah, like a leader. Like one of their leaders.
You see her like turn around and like close the drawer with her back as she sort of starts thinking. He had a lot of people with him. He always gathered everyone around. We went basically all over the world. It'd be weird to not have seen at least one or two. Though
Yeah,
a leader.
She had like thick eyebrows, and she had
thick eyebrows.
A bit of a bosom.
You're talking about the Avatar, by the way.
Yeah, you're mixing the two up.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Now you're mixing the two up.
Okay, I'm trying to remember the statue, and I remember one of them had thick eyebrows.
Yeah, that's why I was confused earlier. I was trying not to mix them up too.
There were three statues there. The three of them seem to show three different depictions of people. Each of them being heads of air temples. The one that was in the center was the air nomad that had the thick eyebrows. That was the Avatar. But there was the other two, which were the other two female leaders of the place. But as you looked at it, again, one of them did remind you of the person you had seen before. As you explained that one, which would have been more of kind of like a sharp looking woman, like a very, very much a tall, lanky with like very sharp features.
Yeah.
As you mentioned that to her, I believe I might know who you're talking about. I believe I remember seeing something like that during... Yes, potentially during one of the excursions to the Southern Air Temple.
Okay. I don't think I've ever seen this person ever in my life, but, a long time ago, with Boss Thing saying Nuon kind of got possessed by this person, or spirit, and then she said that she hated my face.
Interesting.
Hmm.
I have no idea. I'm very sorry. If there's anything, if they were at the Southern Air Temple, that means that they were probably someone of some merit. They were there at a bit of a gathering that was called by the previous avatar. Whenever we had made our way there, he was mostly just making his usual talks with the people in charge, all that things. I wasn't really invited into the main area, so I wouldn't know everything. But from what I understand, it seemed to end peacefully enough. That's the only time I can remember seeing her. But if she was the leader or something of an air temple, then I'm sure that that's why if she was there. Sorry I don't have more information than that.
No, it's okay. I just thought I would ask. I mean, anything is better than what I have, which is nothing.
I remember him once saying that the avatar that, well, not preceded him directly, though it might have been preceded directly, I can't remember, was the avatar that split the air temples between the two sexes. So perhaps they had made another statue of them after the one that was made of the avatar, if that's what you're thinking. The north and the south being for raising of the male airbenders, and the east and west being raising of the female airbenders. The ones from the east and west, I remember, had some sort of a connection with lunar cycles as well, though I don't entirely know everything about that. The north and the south seeming to be ones that were more connected to the physical realm.
Do you know about the cult of the Night Mother?
I can't say that I do, though.
No, that's fair.
I have heard the term Night Mother before.
Yeah, she's like apparently like, well, her group and people were like really gung ho about like weddings and marriage and vows.
I think I know what you're talking about. I never heard of a cult.
Well, I guess cult is a weird way to put it, but it kind of seemed like that when we first ran into them.
Probably.
But
something maybe similar.
They're just a group of women that normally wear, instead of the usual garb of airbenders, of like the warm colors, they wear like the cool colors, like purples and blues and blacks.
You see her make her way over to you, and she begins like kind of holding up clothes to you to see how they look like as like kind of shown next to you.
Oh, that was cute.
And what about it?
No, just I mean, when we saw the Night Mother and like the spiritual remnants of the Night Mother and her group, she gave kind of all of us a blessing and with mine, she gave me an ability to kind of bend Black Wind, kind of by calling upon her in a way.
Black Wind, you say?
Yeah, but like, I kind of have to like try to make that happen. I guess, again, it's like calling upon her and stuff. But like, now I can just do it. I can just be like,
seen something like that before. She seems to straighten up, holding the clothes in her hands. Can you show me?
Okay. They said the winds came from me, so I'm gonna try not to be too crazy. I'm gonna blow a curtain somewhere. Just woo.
You send a whooshing bit of air over toward the curtain. As it hits, it seems to hit as if something decently solid hit it. Not like an actual like solid artifact, but like maybe like a big gust of like smoke or mist instead of actual wind.
Okay, that's gonna take a bit of control.
As it hits and kind of moves things around, she looks to it, then looks back to you.
Okay, that's gonna take a bit of control.
I have only seen one bender do something like that.
It's okay.
And you've seen him as well.
The avatar?
Nods.
Okay.
I've seen that only one other time, and that was whenever he had taken the boiling rock.
So
I'm sorry to say
so
I don't know anything about it. He never really flaunted any of his more special abilities like that, but whenever I was incarcerated in the Boiling Rock before all of this, one way he was able to get that woman out before was by blinding everyone in the area. The Boiling Rock itself was housed inside of a hollowed out mountain, or a dormant volcano. It was very hard, apparently, to have anyone get out from. But it wasn't impossible. Whenever I had asked him what he had done, when he had filled that entire area with that mist, he told me it was something he could not do again. It confused me, but interesting.
well, I can like do it whenever I want and just woo. It's a little hard to control, so I'm not gonna try to do it around anything that's like valuable because I don't want to topple anything over. But like,
It
No, that's
seemed
how
like
it
it
was
was
with my dad.
something. It seemed like it was something that he had no control over. He had told me again that it was something he could never do again. So if it is something that is that special, then perhaps you should keep it very close to you. Try not to overdo it, but also try to learn from it. If it's something that can help you, then it's something that's definitely going to be useful. But if someone like me was around who has seen it before, it could cause you a problem or two, I'm sure.
well, if he could only do it once, that would make it so that anyone who ever saw him at that point did it. And maybe this is just a theory. Honestly, I could be very wrong because I don't know if it came. If it makes me wonder if it actually came from the Night Mother.
It might have.
But I have no reason, because I have no reason to believe that this was mine from the very start.
The previous avatar was always interested in unique abilities. Unique people. I can hazard a couple of guesses, but I have no substantial proof of anything. So honestly, they
fair.
wouldn't be much use to you, I don't think.
Yeah, that's fair. I could. Excuse me. If we do end up going to Ba Sing Se, I could probably ask Baba about it.
What do you think, gold or do you think red? They
I
have a lot
mean,
of gold and red here. That's just what they used to wear.
Yeah, no, that's very fair. No, that's fair.
I'm thinking maybe like a yellow or gold, maybe. That way we don't have to completely go very patriotic with this.
I mean, depending on where I go, though, if we go to the wrong place, they're gonna think I'm from the Fire Nation.
Well, that's what I was saying. That's why we wouldn't use any of the reds.
Yeah, but I don't know if, I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's not like I'm trying to show off anything nowadays, so I guess yellow would be a pretty safe color.
Who's saying we couldn't show off with it as well, if that's what you're wanting?
I mean, I'm 8.
Oh, that kind of showing off.
Yeah.
I don't think you'll be doing much of that, or at least
No,
if you were, it would probably be from people you wouldn't want to.
Yeah, see, I feel like just by how everyone's reaction is, simply by saying the word sex, I think everyone would be freaking out if I even wore anything above my knees.
But it has its advantages if you want to get by with some things. If you were to wear something that looks a little bit higher than your station, then people would at least give a little bit of respect to you, thinking that you're from some sort of high up there house or something.
I mean, I technically already am, because Baba is from a prestigious lineage.
Then we shouldn't give you anything less, right?
Exactly. Baba may not have treated me like...
I can't help you look any way that you wish to before. That would be very irresponsible of me, but I can help you look the part of a noble. I've been around quite a lot of them.
Should I change out my hair too? I've done the buns for a long time, and while I really like the buns, I wonder if I should like, if I'm gonna look like an 8-year-old, if I'm gonna like look like an 8-year-old, I should really look like an 8-year-old. Maybe should I do like what you do?
You want my like? She like reaches
Twin
up
tail?
to her. She like reaches up to her her twin ponytail. Like look. She's like, you want something like this?
Maybe.
I could show you how to do it.
Yeah. I haven't had pigtails since I was like
8.
8.
If you want, then I don't see why I don't see why not.
Yeah.
It's
I can give it a try.
It's interesting. I mean, in a way. No, it's interesting.
Do you think they don't suit you?
You see her like kind of move her hands up to the twin tails, looks back to you. I'm not used to trying to gather attention. This was the best way I could think of.
Have you tried buns?
Maybe I will one day.
I picked this one.
All right.
I'll go with
And
yellow.
you guys begin to get everything ready. There's not a ton that she could really, unfortunately, tell you about yourself. She doesn't really know that much about it. Again,
That's fair, that'd be
she
the
tells
fun.
you that there are several things she can potentially guess at, but there's not a ton of anything she can really say with any certainty. As you
That's
are
not-
getting yourself back together, we'll talk about exactly what your outfit will be at a later time.
Oh, great.
But by the time Ichibei is done blawing everything to everyone about what happened last night, you would see that Ichibei's mom, as well as Mei Lee, make their way back in. Mei Lee covered in yellows and golds, and seemingly with a pair of twin tails, just like Ichibei's mom.
Even as an 8-year-old, I'm still just as god freaking adorable. I'm really
The
trying.
worst part of
Nice
this
save.
review-
Thank you.
I bring to you, Lady Yu.
Yep.
Oh, how adorable.
Very cute.
No.
No twirler, please.
You
Forgot
say
to pick her
you
up
say
this
no you say
moment.
no to your to Yuki. Yuki looks back to you, gives a growl.
Freezes you solid.
You overstepping your boundaries, new kid. I'm,
Don't get cocky, kid.
I'm playing.
He's just slowly back. Don't get in the way of anything Yuki does.
Oh, this is great.
Yeah, just no twirling, and it'll be fine.
I went a lot faster than I thought. I thought we were gonna have to go out and do some shopping.
There are quite a lot of clothes here that were left behind by the, well, previous nobles that were here. They had plenty of things settled together, including clothing for all ages.
Oh, so could I find something?
No, that's mine. I'm kidding.
Go fuck yourself, criminal. Go fuck.
Oh, you're wishing to steal from nobles now?
I knew you had it in you.
I'm playing. Of course you can. What am I going to do with it? I've mostly been handing it off to different associates of mine as they go off into the other city, just so that they can at least try to demand a little respect.
Mhm.
Those on the other
How nice
side,
of you.
those on the other side of the Ashen Split, even though they know of us Aikawa now, it's hard to really get through to them who exactly we are. Without me being there, they're not usually treated with the grandeur that I believe that they deserve, especially those who I have in my higher-ups. So we tend to try to dress them up. That way, people won't expect them whenever they're dressed, well, as they should be. Looks over toward Ichibei.
There's a lot of reds. And a couple golds.
I don't know if it entirely matters to me whether or not I'm known.
I mean, I just want to look less like a criminal, you know,
No, that's fair.
apparently.
I believe that as soon as I let people know that you are traveling with intent around here, that is to say, if I can still trust you, then I'm sure that you'll be fine either way. But again, if you wish to have something from in here, I would not mind. With all
I
of that
mean,
being
who's gonna
said,
say no to free clothes?
I've been caught up to a bit of what had happened last night, as well as everything else.
Mhm.
I'm
I was
sorry about
speaking
the
with-
room.
It's no problem. I was getting you a new one anyway. Though to be fair, I haven't looked and seen the damages.
Pretty bad.
Are the walls still there?
Yeah.
Good enough.
Then we should be fine. I'll give it to your friend, that cabbage merchant guy. I'm kidding. I was speaking with your friends a bit before you had came, whenever we were getting Nuon ready to go, which we are late to at this moment. But
Sorry.
we're late for a reason.
I think they can live.
What I was finding it very interesting to talk about was your plans going forward. Obviously, you
Yeah.
plan to collect the criminals that that are potentially on the other side of the Ashen Split, but without having knowledge of where exactly they are, you might find that to be a little difficult. That being
Mhm.
said, if you give us a bit of time, I'm sure that we can find out at least where around they would be. Given my own information network, Ichibei knows how well we are, at least whenever we're trained enough. She looks outside and sees like the acrobat ninjas and just sort of goes like, they'll be fine. They'll get it. I have 2 of my best over there. Once they find any information, I'm sure they can give it to you. If you wish to find it yourself, of course, you can go, but she looks to Duncan. You all seem to have another idea as to what to do, correct?
Yeah, what's the
Duncan-
plan?
Duncan looks over toward Nuon and Jin. If you don't wish to bring it up, I suppose I can say it again.
He wants there's a night. It might be best to leave no one behind.
Is
I don't
that
know
so?
about that.
Why is that?
If he's not going to go
If-
into more detail with it, I
I'll-
don't mean
don't-
that for any sort of actual length of time or anything like that. I only mean that it might be easier for you to move into Ba Sing Se without alerting anyone if Nuon is still here, while there are people who can see that she's still here. If you all
If
plan to go
Nuon-
to Ba Sing Se, given the information network that the member of the Dai Li possess, we can assume that they can potentially get word pretty fast throughout their social links. What I was thinking is that if Nuon is here, they would never expect her to be alone. And she wouldn't be, of course. I would still be here as well, and anyone else you leave here. However, with us being here, and them being able to see that she is still in the Fire Nation, they would not increase security at Ba Sing Se. Meaning, you all can do whatever you need to do there in a lot better conscious and a lot better ways. Not to mention, if they knew that Nuam was on their way to Ba Sing Se, that is something that we know that they would try to capitalize on. Better that she be in a place where she's in the public eye, at least from what I thought. I don't completely disagree, but it's also...
I mean, it's pretty smart tactically.
I understand what you're saying. Your argument is sound, but if they do catch on that half of their group is missing, should the Dai Li be in league with anybody else, whether it be the Black Rings or the Black Rings obtain this information, do you realize that you will have half of your force to work with this, right?
I've already figured out what to do with that, if you'd allow me to do so. First off, I would stay here, obviously. But second off, I've already talked with our members of the Earth Kingdom and asked if I could send word over toward this Captain Lenoa that you keep speaking about. If there's anyone who knows how Earthbenders act, it's other Earthbenders. I was thinking about bringing in that group, or at least as many as they could spare, over toward this side of the Ashen Split. As well, I would stay here, and I would ask for any help from the Fire Nation nobles back in the capital. With that being said, we would have members of the Earthbending military, we would have members of the royal procession, as well as anybody that that is left behind by all of you, including the airbending masters you may have, or any of the other people that you might want to stick here, such as Hoka. I obviously have given myself completely to the Avatar, so I would stay here as well, leaving a bit of a force of you to make your way over to this Lake Lao guy and take out those who are keeping the Earth King hostage, without having to worry about anyone finding out. If you were to take a bit of a more scenic route, heading up to the Northern Earth Kingdom as well, you could potentially bypass any and all Dai detection.
Up north, huh?
There doesn't have to be any sort of actual time limit to this either. As long as Nuwan is in the public eye answering questions, as is our agreement with the members of the family here, then I believe she'll be safe. I've also been assured that, of course, all of the members of the Aikawa who are here that can be trusted will be brought into this as well, being able to have their primary authority protecting the Avatar. And, he looks over toward Nuwan, with the lessons that you've been trusted into her, I'm sure that she can take care of herself to an extent.
Hey, a new guy! Did you know we're the Phantom Thieves? Ryuji!
I was never a part of the argument. I do not doubt her.
I mean, Nuan's always going on about how she can totally fend for herself. This is the best way to prove it.
Yeah, but are you guys sure you won't need someone to, I don't know, take down another wall or something?
I mean, I can always, we could always pay a visit to the corral and ask him if he wants to come back to old habits and ram his face into the wall. It'll be Avatar sanctioned this time.
We'll figure something out if we have to. I don't want to, but
it seems, honestly, it seems like it is probably what we should do, right? We can all decide on who stays here with me, and you guys can make your way over and get the Earth King out. Bring him back here, that way we know that he's taken care of. And then people here of the Fire Nation can know that they can act in the Earth Kingdom without anybody declaring war or anything, right?
Yeah.
Also, I really want to take care of this soon. We've left him there for a long time, over a year at this point, with everything that happened. I feel terrible that we got lost in the spirit world as long as we did.
Yeah.
If that is how you feel, then maybe that right. I can't speak English. It's been a long night. Maybe the right choice to make then.
Looks over toward Luca and Akira, who haven't really said anything about it.
David, are you muted again?
Oh no, yeah, no.
No,
I'm just like, yeah, no, this.
Okay.
This is.
I'm not
probably
trying to attack
best
you.
Course of action.
No, it's fair. No, I'm not muted. I mean, he doesn't have anything to add to the conversation, so.
Okay. I can do it. I can be fine until you guys get back. You're not going to be gone long. Maybe if you take a really long time, I'll already defeat all the Dai Li and that lightning bender and everything.
So are we saying that we're going to be doing the Earth Kingdom first? Well, we don't have any information on the lightning guy, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose.
Fucking rip.
While you're gone, I can be sure to have my people find anything I can about it, as well as look into the sunbender that escaped.
Yeah. You do that.
You see Ichibe's mom make her way over and then stop in front of Rue. And you'll be taking this one with you as well. He'll be able to walk around the Earth Kingdom a lot better than he would here.
Fine then.
Are you fine with
Y'all
that?
gotta say in this.
I mean, I'm a prisoner, so this is acceptable.
Don't worry, Rue will be good.
As long as he doesn't try to rush off from you guys. If he does,
I mean,
looks over toward Ichibe, you can do whatever you wish.
I will say if they all die mysteriously and I'm the only one left alive, I will leave.
What do you mean? Why would anybody want to kill us mysteriously in any way, Rue? Why would you say that?
Don't say
Look
that.
at your hand.
Okay, like, you can just cover that up. We can just do like a little glamour level makeup or
Yes,
something.
we will cover that up.
Look,
I'll give you some.
tried.
I'll give you some gloves, or I'll give you some makeup, or whatever we decide to put on your token.
Yeah. Maybe gloves might be safer. We never know. We might have some rogue water benders, or it might rain.
Or it might
Freak
rain.
I'm just saying, if this goes really terribly, I'm just heading back to the south.
I good luck with that.
But what about the
Or I'll
friends you
die
made
now.
along the way, Rue?
It was so easy for you to get through the waters the last time. I'm sure you'll make it.
Rue, but what
Like
about
I
the
said.
friends you made along the way? You can't just do that. we're friends. We're friends, right, Rue?
Your
Stop
friends?
giving-
Are we?
Stop
you guys-
giving me the puppy dog eyes, please.
Looks up. Just grabs like the edges of I don't know how tall he is. Just like grabs the the edges of like the bottom of his coat.
We're friends.
Yeah. Oh God, this is great.
This is literally a nightmare.
I'm picking you up now.
Oh yay!
This is literally
you?
going to be the most awkward time.
Oh,
You
this is
think?
great. No, Jen, this is a useful asset. Do you know how like manipulative little kids can be?
You know how so many places little kids aren't allowed to be?
Look, we don't have to worry about that, Jen. We
need
don't.
A babysitter when we get.
What do you mean a babysitter?
Well, she could stick with me. I don't care.
I hope you guys are able to handle having a kid with you the entire time. Nuance says,
only do-
crossing arms, looking away.
Oh, like you're one to talk.
I believe the only difference is that she has gotten smaller.
Yeah.
If you two children continue to fight, there will be no supper for you.
You can't just starve
Oh.
a child. That's abuse.
Are you?
Pulling out a dad card, huh?
What else are you talking about?
Yeah, who else are you talking about?
Go to your room. No,
You really can't order me around.
no, mister.
Look, I'm just saying that I could be a valuable asset. I'm really tall. I'm really small. There's a lot of things I can probably fit into.
Speaking of valuable assets, I think it's
Yeah.
time that we let the people not wait. I'm gonna take Nuan over to where she needs to be, and the rest of you can decide who to take with you and when you're leaving. There's no rush, of course, but given that you have, well, until people learn of Nuan being here to finalize a plan before the Dai Li or any of the people who are here start to watch this place, I would say within the next day or so would probably be best for you.
It should be enough time to get some supplies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As she starts making her way, I'll be sure to keep an eye on her today. You guys decide everything by the time we come back. She looks over toward Nuan. Nuan looks to you guys. I'll be gone then.
You'll do great.
Because I have a job and I'm not a kid.
I'm making a 401k. Idiot.
God, kids, am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
You guys aren't gonna go like act all differently around me just because I look like this, right? You guys
to
were
be
all
fair.
talking about how like it doesn't matter what happens, Melee. You're still Melee.
I'm pretty sure I
That's
have
what
to
I
act
said.
differently.
Yeah, you do.
You better
Just Luca with the no beams.
Yeah.
That being
not
said,
wrong.
I'm gonna be here and you're gonna be off in the Earth Kingdom, so he shrugs.
Yeah.
It'll be easy though.
Yeah, that's a no-go for me, dog.
Well, I guess it's time to figure out who we're bringing.
hmm
I recommend a small group, if I'm going to be honest. You don't need an army to charge in there. Be cucumbers.
Well, Sudi's gonna have to come with because she knows the place.
Well, of
You
course.
see, as you're like talking about who to bring with you, you see that Yuki, who had been fighting with Rue to try to grab Melee,
If
sort of looks down a bit because, you know, there was mention of Captain Lanoa.
if I
Of
may,
course. Mhm.
if we want to go in unexpected and well off the radar, I would suggest Bailey, myself, and Eugen. I mean, who would ever suspect two cripples and a child to do any damage?
You're expecting all of you to take out everyone that's there in the entirety of Lake Laogai. Just the three of you. You're good,
that seems
Akira,
a
but
bit brave.
I doubt you're that good.
Wait, you're gonna take
No.
a child to a prison?
I mean, you are correct. I am much better.
And I
Some-
know that I could absolutely.
You
do
are
it.
correct. I'm
Yeah.
fucking good.
I just feel maybe lazy, right? Maybe I don't want to do it single-handedly. So
Ever since getting that curse off of me, I feel fantastic.
I would say if you're going to be going anywhere, Ona, you see that Oma sort of gets forward. Maybe getting a force that actually could rescue one of the four kings of the Earth Kingdom would probably be best.
well, we pulled off miracles before.
Are you volunteering, Grandma?
I am staying right here. Last time I was on those bison, I got sick. Especially in the
Yeah,
northern part of the
that's
Earth Kingdom.
Yeah, I thought so.
I was Omega dying.
But
you
that means
know,
I can watch over Nuan while I'm here.
We're gonna play tic-tac-toe.
You can. You can sit it down, play mahjong or something, or pai show.
Yeah, that's what we'll do.
Oh, I love
That's
mahjong.
exactly what I want to do.
Something calm and boring, and probably not giving her more superpowers.
I will give
This
her
is
all of
probably
the
this is
superpower.
probably
I'm playing.
all of us go and then we
Yes.
decide who we take.
It is definitely a please take all members of the current party unless you want to sit out for like several
Yeah.
months.
Uh,
unless you want to
however-
sit out of the campaign for several months.
Right.
You think that's how long it's gonna take?
I think
I'm gonna
it'll
get it
take as
done in
long
a
as I
day.
think it'll take as long as we decide it'll take. Because especially if you guys
That's-
decide to head off to the Northern Earth Kingdom again, there are several things you guys can do up there if you want to.
This is true.
before anything,
And
though,
we are disconnecting Nuon from our team so that we have more that we can do.
while it's good to be thinking about this, we do have to make one stop before we actually leave the Fire Nation.
Oh?
What do you mean, oh?
Yeah, like where?
We got to go see Captain Lanoa.
Oh, yeah, of course. Doy.
From what Duncan had mentioned, they're trying to get him to come here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they're figuring it out.
Yeah, that's why Yuki's staying.
Yuki pouts.
We expected this parting, Yuki. You can be sad now. I'm not saying you can't be, but we knew this day would come.
She turns away, grabbing at a bit of the cloth on her sleeve and holding it up to her face
Melee should
in a
pass
very
you over to
dramatic
her?
fashion.
Yeah, pass me over.
Okay.
Yeah, pass. Yuki!
She takes you.
Yuki, up.
She takes you immediately. As soon as he releases even the slightest bit of a grip, she just turns immediately and grabs.
She might
Not
not let me.
surprised.
I'm just gonna say right now, she might not let me go.
I might be stuck here forever.
Okay. I accept death in her loving embrace.
We'll get
No,
a pry bar before we leave.
Okay.
So far, I'm down for us, the person who knows Bossing Say well, and the person who infiltrated Bossing Say to take back what was theirs without being noticed.
Yeah.
We can go over if you guys want to at this point. Kind of adjourn and start picking people to do stuff with you. Let's go ahead and move things around here. We'll say that you guys have whatever kind of conversations you would have here. That way we don't have to immediately disassemble from everything. But you guys have access to just about everybody. If you're planning on leaving in the next day or so, you guys know that you have access to any of the Earthbenders, Klim, Prim, whatever. Probably one of them would have to stay behind if you wanted to have Captain Lenoa be here. Also, they wouldn't leave Yuki without at least one of them there. You know that Prim has some specialized fighting powers. You know that Klim has not that, but who knows? He does have potential helping with igneous rock kind of things. Again, Sudi is somebody who probably should 100% go. You guys technically have Ox if you want to do anything with him. Currently, the turtle lady has not woken up. However, you do know that she originated in the Earth Kingdom, so taking her back there would probably be potentially good for you. And you have this old man who is being an old man.
Who is old and a man.
And probably like God or something.
Other than that, the only other people who would be on your radar would be the people who are sort of connected to royalty. So they probably would not immediately go with you. So probably not Lord Gian and probably not the aunt. You're definitely bringing Bao.
Yeah, that's not even a question.
That's not even a question. And other than that, the people who are here with you, you know that Duncan is staying. You guys can bring Hoka if you want. You know that if you're looking for somebody, bringing the Isha with you would probably be pretty good, and he is her handler. And there's also Ryan, of course, who has made her way through there before. That's basically everybody who's available to you, because you know that Yuki is going to be staying. So right now, let me go ahead and move all of them over.
Just so I get this correct, did Jian have some dealings with the Earth Kingdom at one point?
Lord Jian?
Yeah.
I cannot remember. What do you mean?
Cool. With the coup thing.
Oh, I see. There was. You do know that
Yeah,
there
there were
were some Daili in the capital. So he may or may not have had anything like that. You never confirmed anything with him, or they never did. You weren't there.
I completely forgot about the Daily part.
Like,
I remember
I
that.
was thinking Xian in case like he can try and plug his way in.
He's not gonna come.
Yeah.
You're decently sure that any of the royals would probably not want to go. You could try. Who's to say? But right now it seems like your ideas are Sudi, and Ryan, according to Ichibei.
I think it's a good idea, but that's up to you guys.
I think it'd be too much to bring Hoka and Isha into the city. It might be too conspicuous.
Isha. Look at her.
We don't really have anything with the Earth Kings.
To be fair,
One
her
thing
shoes aren't that-
one thing I will remind you is that you guys are looking for someone else in the northern Earth Kingdom as well. You're looking for several people. You're looking for
Mountain and Lon and the guy who stole my pickaxe.
as well.
There's a lot of people in the. A lot of people stole. There's a lot of people in the north, aren't there?
There's a certain waterbender you guys have been, or not waterbender, water nation person you guys have been looking for as well.
Oh yeah. That was Delta, I think. Yeah, Delta.
But if you guys don't want to do any searching, you don't have to bring Hoka and Isha, but that is something that is on the table if you guys ever wanted to actually find any of those people, heading off toward either the monastery or off toward the other areas up there, if you wanted to do that while you're on your way through. And again, having Earthbenders in the Earth Nation is probably okay, seeing as there's a crap ton of crazy stuff going on. One of them, however, is very unconscious, but you also know that again, bringing her back would potentially be okay. If you wanted to, you could just bring all of them. It doesn't matter to me, but there is the only one that would really be a problem is you have to choose between Prim and Clem if you decide to bring either of them, because the other one would want to stay back with Yuki, and they hate each other right now.
So we're taking Prim.
Need time alone and apart at the same time to work out the differences.
I mean, you guys just tried to hook up Prim and Gian together, so like, you guys figure it out.
If you want to have like a globe-trotting adventure of Lord Gian and Prim to try to get there, try to kindle some love, some romances.
Well, you get back in the castle right now.
Look, I'm just saying we should take a moment to try to reap the fruits of our labor.
What labor?
Hey, me and Rue put in a lot of work to even let them to consider going out with one another.
They still haven't.
The only thing you got them to consider was a business arrangement for a massage.
And
These things shouldn't be rushed.
And it could be more.
Don't encourage this, Luca.
Besides, I think Lucas.
I said these things can't be rushed. I don't think they should be forcing this.
Oh no, I'm not gonna force it. I just want to see what happens every waking moment of my life.
Oh,
no, I don't. No, I just really want to see where it goes. I know it's gonna take a while, but like, it's kind of like when you plant a seed and a couple days later you see a little bit of a sprout. I want to see if that little sprout is there.
I'm sure it'll be here when you get back.
Okay.
So basically, again, just to make sure everybody's here, the main thing is if you decide to try to take either Prim or Clem, you would have to leave one of them behind, and just in case you guys do try to take one of the two Fire Nation Royals with you, you probably have to choose between Gian or the aunt, because again, they are not wanting to be in the same room together either. So
Dome Fossil or Helix Fossil, guys. Let's go.
And again, the old man is basically, you have to like find some sort of something for him. He'll probably just be like, "No, I'll stay behind with the baby bison."
I don't blame him. I would too.
But there's always the chance you guys really need this old man with you or something.
Last time I had an old man, he died in my presence. I don't feel like having that happen again. So I think we should bring Ox. I actually think we should bring Hoka and Nisha. Maybe Ox too, but that's how many Oni is too many.
I mean, he is an earthbender, isn't he?
Airbender.
Ox? Oh,
yep, he's an airbender.
Oh.
Yeah. Maybe the lava bender. If she ever wakes up. We're going to if there is that metal bending Dai master down there.
You know that if you could get her on your side, she is a very powerful bender.
Well, I think Luca and I can convince her that it might be a righteous cause to help fight for the Earth Kingdom.
Not to mention, one thing that Lon was told was to stick around you guys, especially Akira, because he's kind of Akira's dad's like #1 man. So if he's taking care of her. I guess the last thing to consider is, are you guys wanting to try to bring either Prim or Gian?
I think, if you ask me, we have enough people now.
Okay. So leave Gian, leave Prim, leave Clem, leave Auntie, and leave big old man.
Hobo.
I think an extra Earthbender would be good.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, but Earthbender.
It'd be really good to have some, and you do know that both Prim and Clem are members of the Earth Nation military as well, which would get you guys some potential points while you're in the Earth Kingdom. Need I remind you? Let me go ahead.
But
me
aren't
go
they
ahead
also
and do
considered
this.
defectors by the Dai Li?
They technically they are not considered much of anything. Like, what do you? Why would they be considered
talking about?
defectors? Right now,
they
right now the Dai Li are being like, no, we're not taking over the Earth Kingdom. What are you talking
okay.
about?
Who
things
the
are
fuck told you
things are the
that?
same as they've always been, except there's just more Dai Li around.
Now get back into position, sheep.
If we have to bring one of them,
You don't have to bring one, but if you guys want to bring another Earthbender, that would
I
be
always say have.
Yeah.
I don't really mean have. I mean, if we're going to bring one, I think we should bring, I suppose, Prim. Most because the only thing I've seen Clem do is get seduced, and then that's about it.
he can help you with the igneous rock, man. He's helping.
He's
That's my thunder.
he's helped before, and if anything, Prim should stay behind with Lord Gian in the case he gets another stressful aneurysm due to his bitch of a sister.
Jesus
I know you
Christ.
suggest that. I knew it was coming when you started talking.
But
Look,
you
just
know
take-
I have some point.
Just take
Well,
them
you're a
both.
fucking bison.
Just take them both.
No, they're having
You know
heart
what? Come
trouble.
along. Just come along.
All right, if you guys
Oh.
are planning on asking Lord Gian to come, then there will be a thing with that. You guys will have to convince him to come, because he is at that point leaving the Fire Nation, which is where he is going. However, it is a mission to save the Earth King, so having someone of royal blood with you would be potentially very nice. In Bossing say.
It would work to our credibility.
It would definitely do something like that, because again, you are leaving Nuan behind, so Nuan can't be like, oh, I'm totally the Fire Nation like that. And it's like, no, he could literally be like, I may be the Fire Lord one day, depending on if they can convince me to have a kid again.
Yeah, I have an idea. Let me talk to him. I can get my way now.
No.
I can't wait for her to walk
anything
away
that-
like fucking Stewie.
Anything that small Melee says, I disagree with.
What do you mean? Uncle,
Luca, you take
Man,
this.
So help me God.
I'll climb out of it.
Yeah, no, see, I make it
we'll
20
get
feet
it. We'll get to that in a second. With this, are you guys at that point? You guys are planning on this group here.
Yes.
Mhm.
tall. Happy with it.
Yes.
We would say that the others would stay behind. They would be the ones who are quote unquote watching after Nuan. This man here, the reason I say quote unquote is because if you would have asked him to go, he would have been like, "Is my student still here? Yeah, no, I'm not leaving." So
Wait, why are we bringing Ox?
Bison.
Ox
What
is
was
coming.
Ox
Ox
for?
is coming because I realized you were bringing both the other people, and Ryan already said they were training him.
Okay.
I was thinking Ox would be there because good big muscle man with magic Osira fists.
It's
Okay.
mostly just Ryan is wanting to make sure that he is able to actually move if he's
Yeah,
gonna
that's
hold
how
on
it
to one of
goes.
these fucking masks, because it's better to
Gotcha.
have somebody who have the mask than for them to then fucking die and it fall into hands like a Dai Li or something.
Yeah. Okay.
Ta-ta-ta. But yes, with all that being said, Luca, you said you were gonna try to convince Lord Gian.
Oh no, I had no idea.
Oh,
Like, they
I
just wanted him to
thought
come.
Ruid said go ahead,
But-
Luca, or something.
Yeah,
Wait, do you want
Rui's like,
do you want to come with? You have the reason.
I'll come with. I want to come with. I want to come.
fine.
God.
Okay, somebody give the
Look,
reason. Let's
I'll
go.
be good. I'll be good. I'll be
You
good. I'll be
guys would
good.
make your way
I'm here
over
for any
toward.
damage
You guys
control.
would make your way over toward Lord Gian, as he would be basically going over the some different paperwork and things that seem to have been given to him by Ichibe's mother concerning the different things that the Avatar, quote unquote, Nuan is doing here. You see that he has quite a number of list of names that he seems to be going over. You see him checking off different things as you're looking at them. It seems like he's doing a rather intricate, like rather precise job with this. As he's going through it, you guys walk over to him. He looks up from where he is.
Oh, Lord Gian, could we borrow a moment of your time?
I don't see why not. I'm not really doing much of anything right now. I'm just making sure that these people are checking out. Making sure there's no duplicate names or anything of the sort.
Mm-hmm,
What exactly can I do for you? He looks over at Melee. What's
Don't
that?
worry, we'll that. Don't,
What's that? More spiritual stuff.
I just imagine when she goes into gremlin mode, she just has like the dumb little Stewie walk. Just
Hi, Uncle.
Oh, it's Melee.
It's Melee, yeah.
It's a long story.
But that's besides the point. We have
I feel
a
like
request.
this is. I feel like this. If this is besides the point, you're asking me for something that's a little bit too much.
Yes, basically.
It's not that much. It's not that much.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Luca?
Everybody's just like, Luca, please.
I'm not gonna. I said I'd be good.
Okay. We were wondering if you'd be willing to go along with us to basically save the Earth King.
Well, like I said, I would be more than happy to stick with you in Nuam wherever you go. So if you're all heading over to the Earth Kingdom, I suppose I can go.
Is one problem with that?
So you see,
There is a hiccup.
the plan is Nuon would stay here to prevent any, flags that were going over there.
As the Daili are slowly taking over the entirety of the Earth Kingdom, if not completely by now, and the fact that they're here, if no one was just up and leave, it might give suspicion to them, and
oh yes, the Daili.
They'll spread that suspicion all around in our attempts to get to the Earth Nation, to find the people we need and rescue the Earth King, would be far harder than it needed to be.
You're planning on going and attacking Bossing Se without the Avatar.
Attacking
is a strong word.
Yeah, attacking's a strong word.
I will tell you this right now: there is no
Infiltrating.
there's no diplomacy happening with the Daili.
Well, I can't help but remember that there were Daili in that secret throne room. Are you sure diplomacy's not an option? In some aspects.
That was different. The Daili. You see him put down the papers and kind of bring his hand up to his temples for a second. I will admit that they were very easy to get over to my side. However, I've gotten a lot of time to think about it since then. More than likely, the Daili were trying to use me to obtain some sort of a foothold in the Fire Nation, which is probably what they're doing here at the Ashen Split now.
I don't doubt it.
Meaning that the only reason any diplomacy worked with them before was because it was something that they wanted. There's not a ton that I believe I could offer you if I were to go, other than my, well, somewhat decent firebending. Whenever I think about the Daili, the only thing I have left from them is our contract.
And what does the contract say?
It is just a paper that we had that we would send back and forth that would allow us to go and complete different tasks and ask things of each other. It's commonplace. It's just a mentions of sorts, a summons. I suppose if I were to go with you to Ba Sing Se, I could use it to bring myself to the palace without any problems, but at the same time, I don't know exactly what that would accomplish. Though,
I mean,
I suppose
it
it
would
could
get
be something.
It will get us closer to the goal.
We could just circumvent going through the palace, though. We do have bison now.
I mean, you don't want to fly over the Earth Kingdom with a bison, do you?
They don't have. They can't possibly see for miles.
As soon as you think about that, everybody just starts thinking about what all of the ballista and things that are on the top of the walls that took down a dragon.
Yeah, no, we're not flying in.
Ferraro was at least 8 times the size of a bow.
And 8 times as strong? Stronger?
6 times as agile.
I've never been to the Earth Kingdom, but flying into it sounds stupid.
Huh? Well, we can't exactly sail into it now, can we?
I suppose if you needed a way through the wall, my presence would be adequate. We would have to find some way to go there by land, and if I'm heading there, we'd have to find some sort of a decent cart to take us through.
Mhm.
But
And I assume we would need disguises too, to make it look more official.
I mean, I'm already disguised. I'm not an issue.
I doubt that every single person there knows your face. However, we have to assume that potentially some do. It's been over a year since you were last there as well, so they wouldn't immediately recognize that you would be a threat.
Unfortunately, I'm fairly recognizable as he lifts up his cape.
I'm not. I am,
I
but I'm
think the
not.
last time they saw me, I was female.
Oh yeah.
I mean, sorry, what?
Don't worry about that. I'll tell you later.
Oh, right. Ah. Sorry, I'm
More
used
spiritual
to the group
stuff.
knowing.
Someone's body getting changed in some way is not the first time. We're no stranger to weird stuff happening to our bodies.
Yeah, we've been doing this for how long?
Over a year now.
I would...
The same thing could have happened to me.
You're not
actually.
here.
Oh wait, no, I'm not.
Oh, wait, I forgot. It's
Lol.
paid out.
We'll say this is around the time you're collecting Ryan and Sudi and them. But as you guys look over toward him, he looks back. I would much prefer being of use to Nuan if I was needed. However, I do admit how she doesn't seem to really ask me for a lot. If you truly believe that I would be needed to get through the wall, then I would very well go with you.
I mean, it's also a good excuse to get away from your sister.
And also a reason to have my sister going off whenever she's doing anything without anybody watching her.
I mean, she's gonna be watched by ninjas.
And she's not gonna want to leave behind Nuan, right?
I doubt that she'd be able to talk Nuan into anything with how their current relation is, so I don't have to worry about that at least.
Yeah.
I will go
Smart
with you.
and tough.
I will go with you if that is what you think that you need.
Thank you.
We
And
really
you know,
do appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll collect myself. He looks over toward the papers he has. I will give these over to my sister and hope that she will do a thorough job with them. And
You might want to tell maybe more than just your sister about these papers. No offense.
Yeah, tell Duncan.
Duncan is going to have a lot more on his plate than doing paperwork. That being said, I'll figure out my own affairs. I'll come with you.
That's good to hear. Also, we have
Will
a day before we go.
Will I need anything? Am I just going to be keeping myself in my royal attire going through the Earth Kingdom?
I mean, you'd stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, we might need to get some more discreet clothing. We're not.
I'll bring with us
directly
some
to
money
boxes.
then. If I bring with us some funds, then I should be able to find some garb once we get there.
To be fair, Kira walked around in his in his ensemble for most of the time we were in Bossing Say in the Earth Nation, and nobody cared. But in your case, you're a much bigger deal, Uncle, so I understand your concern.
It's also now we don't want people to find us.
That too.
Yeah, we're trying to be discreet this time.
I think you would look great in green, Uncle. Or brown.
Actually, random
Those are our
question.
two primary colors, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, green and brown.
Yeah, random question.
Do you have more of those Fire Nation guard uniforms. I think that could be a way for us to enter Bossing Say.
Unfortunately, I don't carry them around.
Unfortunate.
That's fair, you know. And he
If we go to he starts thinking. Well, there are settlements in the Earth Kingdom that have members of the Fire Nation stationed. If we were to go to one of those, I'm sure they would have their own guard uniforms that we could potentially procure.
It's good to me. Especially if you can just wave your hand and get it for free.
We will see what exactly I can do when we get there.
That's good to hear.
Again, maybe we won't go straight to Boston. Say there are some people we have lost contact with for about a year now.
It would give me time to find us worthy transport or anything like that if you were to leave me somewhere. Bring me somewhere that I could get different things going. Blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah blah blah.
Hey.
Blah blah blah.
It's a good
Blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah. Okay, good. I can't hear it anymore. All right. So, but as you guys look to Lord Gian, he does seem to start looking over his things and begins to think about what he's bringing with him. You guys find your way away. You guys have asked just about everybody who was going to go with you. You guys have spent a little bit of the day doing so. And again, you guys feel as if you're planning on going on this kind of, not a rush mission, but this kind of a stealth-like mission, getting there before word that the Avatar is taking different requests and things over here will probably be best, so that more people don't make their way over from the other side of the Ashen Split and see you guys. At this point, talking amongst yourselves, you guys feel that it would be either the night or the morning that would be the best time to go. I will allow you guys to decide, but it would be either the night or the morning you guys feel will be the best time to make your way onto your bisons.
Perhaps.
I down for morning, in my opinion.
Yeah, same.
Because with
Same.
how traveling goes, we'll probably get there by night.
morning.
Well, it's gonna be many nights. But
It's gonna be many nights. You would
Yeah.
note just from the idea of you guys traveling, it had taken you guys around a week or so by flying to get to the north or the eastern. Is it eastern or western? The Western Air Temple from Omashu. So at that kind of speed, looking from where you guys are going, you guys could make your way once again toward. If we go over to the map, if you guys look, you guys can make your way over toward one of the port cities, which would be very close to you guys, maybe like a day or two away. You guys could try to make your way over toward familiar territory, heading either to one of the port cities on this side or further inland toward Captain Lanoa's town. Or you guys could find some other route yourself, just stop off at the monastery, kick their ass a minute, and then head over there. But the most likely areas for you guys to land are one of these three areas. Either the Fire Nation port city that you guys would have heard about right here. The area you guys had originally had made your way into the party with, going off into that town that was destroyed, or making your way over toward the town that Captain Lanoa had that was split between the spiritual coldness and warmness of the rest of the place. So with that being said, the one going to Captain Lanoa's would probably take you guys about, seeing as you can't like be over land the entire time, would probably take you guys about a week and a half, potentially at the latest 2 weeks, from being able making your way through different islands and hopping off to let the bisons rest. Heading over to the port city would take you guys again about 2 days to get there, but it is also the furthest away from where you guys want to go in the end. And heading off toward the town you guys had originally gotten your mission from would take you guys about a week, but it would be very quick, and you guys would be able to be right near where you need to go. However, again, it is a abandoned city, so who knows what you'll find there.
I think we should go back to the starting town.
After 2 years?
Only 1 year.
Well, technically, yeah.
Yeah, that's what the thing about it. Anyway, that's what I think we should go do. It's not the shortest route, but it is closest to where we're going to go in a short amount of time.
I don't have any issues with whatever path we take. Honestly, it doesn't sound terrible to go that direction either.
Yeah, the one over here feels too far for me.
Yeah, because again, you'd have to go
Yeah.
from here to then like staying over on the coast
Yeah.
potentially and like going around.
Yeah, personally don't want that one.
That
So
would be
maybe
that would be if you guys were that would be if you guys were
least
looking
resistance.
that would be if you guys were looking to find Fire Nation stuff, because that is a Fire Nation like settlement.
Yeah, we were just there.
Oh no, you guys have never been here.
Up there. We passed by there, but we never went there.
Yeah, you guys decided to go north.
Yeah.
Because I had given you
Good.
guys a choice whenever you made it here. I'm like, do you guys want to stop off and rest? And you're like, nah, let's fucking keep going. And I
Okay.
think that was
There
actually
are-
I think that was actually the stretch where I rolled for Oma and she got fucking sick too.
I believe so.
Fuck that place. That's my least favorite place.
Yeah, you guys want to talk to your boyos and be like, hey, we think that heading off toward starter town that I can't remember the name of would be the best option, and the people seem to be
Nutaku?
fine. Nutaku, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, Nutaku Village.
Welcome.
Yeah, because yeah. Wait, no, wasn't this Nutaku?
No,
That was the starting town was Nutaku.
I have no fucking clue. Wherever we started.
Nutaku was the town that Captain Lenoa.
Nutaku was
had.
Lenoa's place.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're talking about
right.
heading off to the first town, like the one that you guys had.
Oh, I thought we were
got your
going to
mission
Nutaku.
in.
Okay, never mind.
Figure it out. Let's call it Pallet Town and be done with it.
It's fine. It's Pallet Town.
So going to Pallet Town.
If we go to
There's
Pallet
only
Town, we
one
can see the
concern that I have
monastery
before
stuff.
we leave. Well,
Mhm.
technically two. And it has nothing to do with traveling. It's more suiting up, I would say.
Like I had said, you guys
because
have
we
the
know
rest of
there's
the
a
day.
guy that bends metal.
You guys have the rest of the day to do whatever it is you wish. I was expecting you guys to
Yeah.
basically be like, we're gonna buy stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
I have no idea whether or not we'll have the time to. I think not only for my own character's sake, but like for the sake of the group, it would actually be good to see whether or not we could summon my dad before we leave. Because he might be able to shed some light on shit that we might need to talk about if we see Baba in the embossing say.
Well, that is one thing that I wanted to bring up that you guys would remember as well. That there are several areas around the area you're heading that are very spiritually inclined. If you guys ever wanted to speak with Nuan or the rest of them again, which you guys know, because you guys recently found this out over on the Ember Isles, that this area right here, this little forest area, has a place that connects exactly where to where Nuan usually comes in the spirit world.
Yeah.
So even though this is something you guys need to do within the next day, and that might take a little bit of time to do so, if you wanted to wait until you got yourselves to the Earth Kingdom, you could just have Nuan at that point bring them in, and you guys could step into the forest. Because you don't have to use Nuan to get into the spirit world there.
Yeah, that's just a portal. Like a guaranteed gateway.
If you want to try to do it the night previous, you definitely can. But again, you guys do know that the spirit world is very wacky, and you don't know when exactly you'd come out at that point.
Yeah, I don't want to risk.
Like if you guys are talking,
So.
if you guys are talking to certain spirits, they could take any time to complete what they need to do. And different things like that. And you also know that sometimes the spirits just aren't even fucking there, like the last time you guys went in.
No, I get it. It was something that just came to mind specifically because of what plot furthering devices we have right now.
If you remember back in the capital as well, it took Nuan a little bit to actually attune to whatever that was, to get to trying to find where that guy had gone. So one thing that you could do instead is that you could leave whatever sort of thing you'd like, which in this case you don't have to because she's staying in his fucking house. But she could at that point hold something of his, such as some sort of clothing or thing like that that your mother could give her, and then
Here's
once
his
she's
favorite
able to
blender.
do so, and then once she's able to do so, you guys can go and check on her in the spirit forest when you guys get there. Because again, you guys know in that place in particular, you just have to walk up, you find that place you found in the second fucking game of the campaign, and then you walk right in.
Nope, totally. It was just something that was on my mind.
100%.
And the other is getting tools that are not metal, so that if I run into the metal man, we have tools that are not metal.
It's like, yeah, you're like, haha, take this kunai with chain, and then he bends it back at you and slices your head off.
Yeah.
And you're like, fuck.
Like hindsight 2020.
Kunai with chain.
Oh, man,
Shut
you
up.
fucking what? You use fucking training swords and fucking tiny like blade knives.
You guys definitely could do something like that. One thing that you would know Ichibei in particular, if you're fighting earthbenders, especially ones that can bend metal, you're not sure what exactly you can get that wouldn't be able to be bent by someone like that. Because you could try to get some stone needles again, but earthbender. You could try to get some other kind of knife, but you know, at that point you'd need like something wood.
Yeah, I'm just gonna need really good wooden tools.
I mean, if you want
Glass is
stone needles again, I have stone needles.
I'm saying that
if
stone
we
probably wouldn't be very good against
exceptionally-
earthbenders.
If we have exceptionally tempered glass, would that count as something they could bend?
Except, I mean, you'd need some sort of expert glass blower to do something like that.
No shit.
It's almost like we know one.
Yeah. I guess I'll talk to them about that later. Be like, hey,
boy.
we don't want to cause any trouble, but we're about to take your king out of this place. You want to get me a glass kunai with chain?
You want to fight the system?
I don't want anything crazy. I just want a glass grappling hook.
This is fucking.
Maybe a glass sail.
I'd like glass underwear.
Is it?
I'll also need full glass armor and a glass cup for when I get thirsty.
This isn't fucking Scott. This isn't fucking Elder Scrolls. Glass armor doesn't work that way.
Don't fucking shit on Baba's line of work.
But yeah, you would know that people in the Fire Nation are decently good at making stuff with metals because they can obviously melt them down and things like that. But you probably wouldn't be able to find something here that would be good against a metal bender. Like even talking to your mom, be like, hey, so have anything against metal benders? She looks to you like, there are fucking metal benders? What?
Glass.
Because they would not know. They would know, that is very something that people would not know could actually happen over here.
Understand.
It's like, what the fuck do you mean people can bend metal in the Earth Kingdom? What?
When did this happen?
We're dead, dude. There's nothing we can do.
These are the M times.
But yeah,
I mean, this is if we run into them, you know.
Yeah,
it's actually not going to happen because we're not the main characters. Nuon is, so why would we run into that guy?
Yeah, Nuon isn't there. Why would you guys even worry about it?
Exactly. Fuck off.
But yeah, so yeah, we would definitely believe that over the course of the day, you guys would get you guys would ask your peeps who wants to go, get everybody situated and ready. Each of them would have something different to potentially want to do off in the other areas. And by the time you guys would do so, you guys would also go and make your way to get yourselves some other tools and things. One in particular, Rue, you would be wanting to get you not only a bag, but probably also a water skin of sorts.
Yes.
However, you would also be told that if you wanted to wait, you guys would be going to Nutaku, which would be one of the areas that do have a majority Earth Kingdom population, but also does have waterbending stuff because the Northern Water Tribe are people around there if you'd like to get something like kind of thicker. But you know, you could try to find something here instead. We'll talk about that like probably either in between games or the beginning of next game for you guys shopping. By the time you guys are ready to leave, getting through everything you guys need to do, going through everything, at the very end of the night, you guys would see that like getting the tactics together for, hey, Nuwan, maybe every night you should go and do something like that for the next like week or so. That way, whenever we get there, we can see you in the spirit world, blah, 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 stuff like that.
Lol.
As you guys get everything kind of settled, what's up, Rue?
I was gonna say I give Nuon the waterbending scroll.
Oh, you're gonna
The
hand off
one.
the waterbending scroll to Nuon?
Yeah.
Heck yeah!
Did you
Again,
make multiples?
he made 2 because he got they
Oh,
got
boy.
they got a really good fucking roll. We'll get to
Yeah,
that. We'll
you
get
got
to
a
that
nat 20.
we'll get to that in probably the beginning of next game
Later.
because I'm trying to get
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
ending thing, but I do want there to be something for that.
Mhm.
You would hand that off. Everything would go kind of the kind of how everybody would mostly expect of it. As you guys were going to leave, you guys would see that Yuki would be like looking off towards you guys as you're going. there'd be some lowered ears. There'd be some looking off towards you guys as everybody is about to go off. Melee, of course, you would get like hugs and stuff and everything like that. Right as you guys would be making your way away, getting onto the bison and all that good stuff. Right as the bison you guys are bringing with you, which would be bao, grilled cheese, and we'll say keki. Those would be the ones. Those are the ones you guys are bringing with you.
These names hurt my soul.
How the fuck do we let you name things, Melee?
Fucking
What do you mean?
I don't think she named it grilled cheese.
I didn't name Keki.
Yes, you did. It's
Did I?
it's actually cakey. Like you wanted to say cake, but cakey.
Oh, cakey.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
cakey. Oh, yeah. Okay. So okay.
Yeah, remember?
So that's not, okay. No, that was mine. Someone just spelled their name wrong. It's cakey.
As you guys,
It's cakey. I didn't name grilled cheese though. That was not me.
Then who named that one?
I feel.
I'm pretty
like
sure that was Akira. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one was me.
Akira.
That one was me. That was the joke.
Am I the only one who
You
didn't
was-
name a fucking bison?
He was high out of his mind.
I was completely high out of my mind.
But yeah,
I'd say I didn't name them, but I named one M Bison.
As
I don't
you
know
guys,
who named this one Beckon.
as you
Chow,
guys, let me get to the end, guys. Come on. As you guys would have that happen, you guys would all get onto your bisons and get ready to go. You guys would note, looking up in the sky, there would be there'd be something of a storm kind of brewing above you. As you guys start feeling a lot colder all of a sudden. Looking back over toward Yuki, she seems to be staring off and just sort of like, again, ears down. You guys can kind of like see that she's kind of like giving like a bit of like an uncertainty to her as she's looking off after you guys. Akira, using your special eyes, you turn them on and you do see that there is a bunch of energy radiating from Yuki as you look off toward the storm brewing ahead. As that happens, she looks off toward all of you. Do you guys want to say or do anything with Yuki?
I'm gonna run and hug her.
You run off and you hug Yuki as you guys as she's doing that.
I don't want to go. Okay, like I know, I do. I kind of have to go, but I'm going to miss you and think about you every day. And just remember what I told you, Yuki. The moment if the worst should happen, know that we can still be together.
Yuki's just looking at you guys. You guys have been with Yuki for probably the most out of anyone except for Nuon.
Look, nothing's gonna happen, and we'll.
Oh no, Captain.
Soon enough.
Captain Lenoa will accept you gracefully with open arms. I'm sad I'm going to be missing his reaction to all of this. It was going to be priceless.
I hope you
shit.
get to see him again.
Hmm.
I mean, why doesn't she just come along for one last adventure?
Because she really wants to see Captain Lenoa. She hasn't seen him in over a year. How would you feel if the love of your life was torn away from you when you didn't have the choice, and then you never got to see them? And every time everybody keeps telling you, "Don't worry, Rue, we'll go see them. We swear, for real. Please, it's like it's one more fun ride. You know, you just gotta wait a little bit. We swear, we promise." And then we don't.
As Rue says that and leaves, you just see that Yuki is holding on to Meili, and she's like seemingly just like looking off, and then like looking like back and looking off. She looks
He's
to you,
waiting
Meili.
for you. He's waiting for you. Don't leave him waiting, Yuki.
She looks back toward Clem.
He's literally waiting for you.
He's
but, like,
he's
you know
literally
what I
like
mean.
right over there waiting for you.
Like he is literally waiting for you, but I mostly mean Captain Lanoa.
Mostly.
No, I mostly mean Captain Lanoa. He's literally waiting for you. Clem is literally waiting for you, but like you know what I mean, and you feel it in your heart. I know you do.
I
As you
give
say,
her one less pat pat.
as you say, you feel it in your heart. You know you do. She bends down and puts you down as she puts her hand onto like just above her chest as there's a pat from Luca. She breathes in a big old breath. She holds it for a second and then lets it out. She then picks up Melee again.
Well,
You see
yeah.
her take Melee up to the top of Bao, and then she sits down.
Wait a minute. Wait, Yuki, he's waiting for you.
She seems to put hand on head like shoosh.
Yuki!
You
Oh.
got this.
This would be your chance to see Captain Lanoa. You've been wanting to see him this whole time. That's why you came here with us, because this is where he was.
I think she doesn't want to see Captain Lanoa without all of you guys seeing her reunite with him.
Is that it, Yuki?
She looks over at Rue. She shrugs and points at him like, yeah, let's go with that.
We need to get you like a notepad.
I'm so
Get you, like,
surprised you guys haven't done something like that yet.
We usually
thought
can,
we
we
did.
usually can get a general idea. of
Not
what
with-
Thought she had one.
No.
Not after
Like,
you guys
she's wrote out shit before.
Not after you
Nope.
guys lost all your shit in the spirit world.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We probably did, and then we lost it, and then we just never bothered to get another one because it was like we totally understand Yuki, guys.
Can we fucking say that we spent a day shopping?
You
in
guys,
Waterway?
as you guys talk
Oh
about
my
this for a second,
fucking
Rue
God.
sighs, gets up, goes over and grabs the calligraphy tools he used to make the
Let's get
scroll.
it. Let's get her. Let's get her a Fire Nation whiteboard because I can't wait for the day that it's like, hold on, let me roll a die to see how much paper Yuki has left.
I remember us talking about this several months back, where it's like, why can't you just write something down? And nothing came from it, because you guys are like, oh, we could buy something when you guys are over at like the Fire Nation capital, but then a week happened, and then you guys forgot about it.
Things happen.
Exactly.
So here's a calligraphy set.
And she just like hand it over, and she seems to be very happy. And as you guys see this, she looks off to you guys. She takes it into her hands, holds it very, 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 very shakily, as if she's like, oh, I can communicate with you guys. I can say anything I want to. She puts down to the paper. She writes out. She turns it around. I want to protect you guys.
She's like, her eyes are bubbling over.
There. Don't cry about it.
As she says she wants to protect you guys start thinking back to the last couple of times you guys have used a Yuki, including when gigantic fucking fuck-all spirit came out of fucking nowhere, and the only thing keeping you guys from fighting the other guys was her holding it back through a portal.
Yeah, she was useful.
Unlike
Okay,
other
you're-
people, Clem.
Oh.
Who doesn't do shit?
Okay, I hug her now. That was too sweet.
As she sits
I've only known
down,
her for 2 days.
As she sits down, you do see her sort of like just like write very. She seems to be writing very well, as if she's very practiced in it. You know, she was the wife of someone who was in charge of village politics after all. But she does write down another little line. She seems to keep them short and sweet. But when she writes down the other one, she just sort of gives a bit of a smirk and shows you guys that. She wants us all. She wants all of you guys to see Captain Manoa. We all have to see him.
I suppose we do. I mean, how are we supposed to get an earful about keeping him away from his wife for a year?
Hey, if anything, he'll give us an earful about how grateful he is that we kept her safe.
Well, we'll get an earful. We'll get something, all right.
An earful of something.
As you guys getting everything ready and heading off in that morning, begin to set off and do what you're doing. You guys again see Yuki has taken her spot sitting up there. Clem just kind of sighs, goes over and grabs like as much of like anything he can have of hers, and like passes it up to you guys. Like here's like clothes and things like that.
Thank you, Clem. You are truly a hero.
I'll be sure to let the captain know what's going on.
I know this happens a lot. We promise we'll be back as soon as we can.
See if you can't find the others while you're gone, all right?
I mean, if you want us to take a detour, I'm happy for it.
Or hurry back as fast as you can, one or the other.
You're the best, Clem.
You see, as you guys are about to go, you guys see that... Oh, well, hold on. Get over here, Lord Gian. You're going to.
Idiot.
As everybody is
safe and sound.
As everybody is going to see you off, you do see that Yuki writes something else down and passes it down off of the bison. And as she does, she hands it off to Clem, who looks at it and then takes it over toward Nuwan and hands it over. As she takes it, she looks back to you guys. She puts a hand up and starts waving like, I will!
Okay.
We trust that you'll be safe and that you'll keep out of trouble.
What kind of trouble can I get into here anyway?
You're right, you're just a kid!
I don't know. You haven't met my mom yet.
Just remember everything we've always taught you and you'll be fine.
Who knows? I might have something to teach them here. Because I did a whole bunch of training too.
Yeah.
She went from looking diplomatic to being old mom again. As soon as she saw Mei Lee, she just fucking picked her up and be like, here you go, you little shit.
As
oh dear.
You guys go to fly off, looking back, you guys leave behind several people who have been with you for quite a bit, for a short amount of time. As you guys start flying off, the bison taking off into the morning sky, I think that's where we're going to end things off. As you all head back to the beginning of the campaign, toward the very first starting town where all of you guys had met, and definitely doesn't have anything in there because it's just a deserted fucking town.
If there's literally any form of antagonism, we will break it down again.
Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad.
She gives a wave. See you in a couple of days.
Couple of days. Wait, what?
You guys had said you wanted to talk to.
Oh yeah. I was like, I'm gonna be gone for like weeks. What the fuck?
You guys said you're gonna freaking.
No, I got it. I got it. I might be a little tired.
Don't worry, Ghost. I'll try and find those old geezers on the way there.
Just as everybody is flying off, there's a flash of light on top of one of the bison.
Ah, my eyes!
I've made it.
Oh, you fucking... God damn it, why are you here?
And that's where we're gonna be.
That's it. He's going back home.
You guys almost got too far away from Brightwing. He had to teleport to you.
You can tell exactly 40 feet.
You know what? That's more than any of us can teleport. Don't fucking shit on him. When the moment you can teleport farther than he can, is the moment that you can talk shit.
Need to learn teleportation bending.
Better get that shit on lock, buddy.
As Jim's just like, I'll learn how to teleport. Earth bends himself into a hole, appears a bit away, jumping out of another hole.
Not only that take long, but it is actually a shorter distance.
Yeah, we'll have to see what gets you guys. We're heading away from the Fire Nation. We're going back
To the future.
we're going back, and potentially we'll see what all's up, and you guys can decide where all you want to go, what you want to do. If you want to fucking actually finish any of the things, or if you just want to leave them alone, it's up to you. You guys can do whatever.
Your friends can handle being a stone for like a month, right, Ryan?
Yeah, they're fine.
That's the spirit. They're fine.
100% completion rate, go.
It's fine. You guys will just go. You guys will just go and pick up Boss and bring Boss back and be like, Boss, make more of that shit.
Then put it in them.
Put it
Hey,
in.
boss. Hey, boss.
Hey, boss.
We need more. We need more cure-alls.
Hey, Boss.
Hey, boss.
Hey, Boss. But yeah, we'll cover all of your guys's actual shopping stuff done. Either in between games or at the beginning of next week's game. Most likely, not next week's. Most likely, the beginning of the next game we go to, because it's not going to be a game next week.
Heck W.
But we'll get everything settled whenever at the beginning, as well as the conversation that I do want to have with Rue giving the water bending scroll over.
Yeah.
We'll do that at that point. At this point, looking back at everything, I believe that we are probably not gonna have any avatar until I think the 22nd. Is that true, my dudes? Am I correct on that? I think we're missing 3 weeks at this point.
I hope not, but if it happens, it happens.
Yeah.
With yield M zone.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah.
that's what you said. You said be back on the
3
22nd,
weeks.
right? Yeah. I mean, to be fair,
Correct.
it was almost
Yeah,
4 weeks. Like, we were able to do this week, and that's very good.
Yeah, imagine waiting a month.
Yeah. They shortened it by a whole week, which I was really happy about. I
Okay,
guess
so-
they didn't need overtime for the majority of it.
So we will be back on the 22nd with some more Avatar. Maybe we'll do some things in between. Maybe we won't. I feel like this is a much better ending, quote unquote, that we have to hold on to instead of the last weeks where we had that kind of really big potential cliffhanger ending.
Get ready for next season on Avatar.
Fucking cliffhanger.
Let's get ready for freaking Avatar
Season-
season 3 or
Season
whatever.
8.
Whatever season this is.
Season 28.
Season 28, the 100 years Avatar.
It's okay. We'll fucking figure the Earth Kingdom shit out in like 4 games.
I mean,
maybe
I will
3.
I mean, I will tell you this: I am not scaling anything up from what I had made in the Earth Kingdom, so you guys potentially could get through a couple of things pretty quickly. Maybe not all of it really quickly, but there are a couple of things that you guys could potentially make a lot more trivial now that you have a lot more bending techniques and stuff like that. We'll have
It's
to see
okay.
though.
I'm gonna speed run the Earth Kingdom.
We have a tiny melee. Look at that tiny melee.
More
She went to go shower because she,
Yeah, you'll be
she has to work and she has to go to bed in like an hour.
Ugh.
So she had to disappear as soon as game stopped.
That's fine. We'll hopefully potentially have something for that next time, or we'll just keep this. I don't know, man. We'll see.
I'm just gonna go
I've,
ahead and say that Ryan and I had one moment in the renewed room that Mom was giving me.
And the renewed
Or maybe
room.
not, because maybe Mom was like, "Don't fucking go in there with my son." Who knows?
Oh man, my son, I told you not to do anything weird. I'm gonna be out for a couple of hours.
See you later. I'm gonna go get food. What do you want?
I think
I'll be out for
I
like
think
2
I think
hours.
you already have what you're eating. I'll be back.
I
Oh, I see. She
What?
wants them grandchildren.
What? She makes good tea and cookies. What?
I'm not fucking like
Does she
16.
know that? Okay.
No,
I'm in my
I'm
20s, Ma.
saying that Ryan makes good tea and cookies. You know, it's obviously.
This is
Yeah,
true.
yeah, totally.
This is true.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hi.
I would mention that to her. She would be like, my mom wants to partake
We'll say that Ryan
in your specialty.
We'll say that Ryan leaves like a teapot full of the tea, and just there's a note on it that says "If you dare."
There you go. She does. She was like, yeah, I'll give it a try. Hopefully it's not the second pot, because that's going to be really difficult without help.
It's fine. Now you guys just need to apparently get Lord Xion and Prim together and be like, isn't this romantic going around the world? Like, come on. And they're like, oh my god, leave me alone.
Around the world, around the world.
It's gonna be interesting having quite a bit without a Nuon. Like she's gonna come back
God.
for potentially Spirit Forest shenanigans, to like talk with some peeps potentially. But other than that, like they'll be pretty scarce. Like probably not as scarce as like some of the other members, because like I mean she's the Avatar, obviously she can potentially contact people. But like man, we'll have to see what happens, what goes down. You guys did something to the Night Mother today. That was weird.
We learned more stuff about Nuon's mom,
Mm-hmm.
and that's kind of not okay in my opinion.
Apparently Nuon's mom was the same person that was rescued from the Boiling Rock that you guys had heard about.
Definitely implies some really shifty shit. Hooking up the person that previous Avatar really cared about with the Fire Lord.
She seemed very fucking crazy and loyal whenever you guys talked to her in the spirit world.
Loyal to the Avatar, yeah.
And she was basically just like, "Oh yeah, fucking I had no care for Nuon. I had no love for Nuon." It's like, "Oh, thanks, bitch."
That's really
fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Poor Hakan. Don't worry, we'll hook him up.
I can't wait for the first things to come out of my mouth the next time we see him to be, yeah, it turns out the Boiling Rock was blood.
You guys fucking do that shit again, he's just gonna ban you all from the Fire Nation.
Be like,
get out.
The Avatar breaking out your wife was the reason why your brother's kids and wife died.
Remember, there were two times that the
There were two
Boiling Rock
times.
was-
Never
was
mind.
back,
You're right.
yes.
You're right.
The first time
It's been a long time.
Yeah, the first time was the time that Lord Xion's family was broken away. And the second time was the time they had gotten the person out from the Boiling Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Which would have been a couple of years before several people in the party would have been born. But not Jin.
So who's my mom?
Who knows, man?
Is it the lady that was broken out before she went to go wed the Fire Lord?
Who knows?
Is Nuon my sister-in-law?
Who knows, man?
My half-sister?
Only one.
This is getting complicated. This is like Bleach. This is Bleach levels of relationships.
Oh no, we need to abort. We need to abort. Can't do that.
It's too late for that.
Once you go that.
Next, I'm gonna find out I'm part Quincy.
Oh God, kill me.
Find out that I actually am like your estranged uncle.
Uncle Kyan.
No,
I don't want to.
I refuse.
I don't want to be related to nobody in this party if I find out I am, things are gonna get complicated. Because then I'll be like,
cousin
wait.
Ishida.
Akira's just like I learned that I'm related to Brightwing somehow.
I especially can't be related to Melee, otherwise things get really weird.
Oh no, this bird is related to you.
Mother.
Oh god. Oh dear god.
And then the fucking Ona just fucking claws it out of the sky and eats it.
Yeah, we will come back at some point. We will come back on potentially the 22nd. We'll let people know if anything changes between now and then. If anything does any of the change, but I don't think that anything will. I don't want to say no, but probably no. We'll see. Until then, we're gonna send you guys off. We're gonna send you guys over toward the Chaos Crew over on Night Team Festival. They are playing some Unravel, so we're gonna send you guys over to them. /raid. Quabam. And yeah, you guys can hang out with them for a little bit. I'm glad you guys were able to show up. I'm glad we were able to have this game so that we before any sort of big break we have. And I'll see you guys again on Sunday. Goodbye, everybody.
Blah.
Take care.
Later, guys.
Blah.